планы приходится слегка редакционно откорректировать. Я-то, в общем, хотел начать с 500 дней с начала специальной военной операции, которая, в общем, с утра прошла под эгидой визита Зеленского на остров Змеиный. Но оказалось, что так легко мне не отделаться. Ну, давайте, не будем тянуть кота за хвост, посмотрим сначала видосик, который дальше будем комментировать. Это называется slow motion, подскажите мне, когда вот так медленно, в замедленной съемке все двигаются. Значит, дорогие зрители, это slow motion, такой вот Зеленский, камера снизу снимает, но он же ростом сидячую собаку, вот, поэтому снимают его снизу, чтобы он был таким высоким, монументальным. Вот, ну а дальше все, в общем, выглядит так, что у меня все потуги на иронию и сарказм исчезают. Нет у меня сил ни на иронию, ни на сарказм. Ладно. Давайте это чувство национального унижения разделим сегодня все вместе. Значит, о чем идет речь? О чем идет речь? На Украину вернулись командиры Азова, организации, запрещенной на территории Российской Федерации, сдавшиеся в Мариуполе. Они должны были, согласно трехсторонним договоренностям, находиться в Турции до конца конфликта. Это была официальная формулировка. Я тут ничего не придумываю, просто озвучиваю вот то, что было озвучено нам год назад. И вдруг сегодня Зеленский, соответственно, находился официальным визитом в Турции. То есть, как вы понимаете, это не экспромт. Это все очень подготовлено и с точки зрения драматургии, и с точки зрения пиара. Видите, даже, в общем, неплохие операторы нашлись, которые все быстренько сделали и очень быстро, хорошо сделали такой динамичный монтаж, без всяких там долгих рассусоливаний. Объятия, очень теплое объятие. Я бы сказал, даже слишком теплое объятие, чересчур, с перебором. Не могу удержаться я от сарказма, извините. Но, как известно, сарказм — это месть слабых. Вот любой человек, который вдруг начинает исходить на сарказм, можете сразу выносить ему приговор. В данном случае мне. Я вот пытаюсь здесь так горько шутить, потому что повода для шуток нет никаких. Странно очень, там произошел обмен, как вы помните, на очень важную фигуру. Ну ладно. Было давно, проехали. Но нам же обещали, что они останутся до конца войны. И вдруг вот на юбилей, на 500-дневочку турки торжественно отдают этих мразей президенту Украины. И он, соответственно, их на своем президентском самолете спокойно увозит. Тут у меня возникает сразу по ходу дела еще один вопрос. А вот маршрут движения самолета Зеленского, он какой? Он летит через Черное море? Не удивлюсь, кстати. Если кто-то, хотя вряд ли они с включенными транспондерами летят, вопрос немаловажный. А Зеленский, он как перемещается на самолете? Вот он как летел в Анкару? Так же, как он сегодня утром летал на остров Змеиный, я сегодня справился, воспользовался интернет-поисковиками. Расстояние от побережья Крыма до острова Змеиный 100 с небольшим километров. То есть его можно было нанести, то есть ракетный удар можно было нанести огромным количеством вооружений, которые находятся в распоряжении российских вооруженных сил. Но удара не было. Не было удара. Почему? Понять не имею, не спрашивайте меня. Кстати, мне сегодня написал один подписчик, что вот сегодня, то есть если был план применения тактического ядерного оружия, сегодня был такой уникальный случай. То есть можно было Тяо грохнуть на этот остров, а это скала в море. То есть там нету мирных людей, никого. То есть никого не жалко.
Соловьев Лайв.
Я бы сказал так, это что ж, нас кинули, что ли? Эрдоган кинул нас? Но тем не менее, есть мнение, что вот этот демарш был инспирирован, организован, условными англосаксами. Зачем? У меня на этот счет есть несколько соображений. Во-первых, вот при всем внешнем антураже Эрдоган, конечно, является такой вполне картонной фигурой. Вот. Вообще, мне кажется, что российские медиа ему, скажем так, значимости придают сильно больше, чем есть на самом деле. Поэтому все вот непростое лицо Реджеп Таипа, вот такое, типа, я, значит, реинкарнация великих османов, я бы сказал нужно еще много поработать, чтобы, в общем, поиграть в настоящий османизм. Нужно выполнить большое домашнее задание, которое на самом деле практически невыполнимо. Экономический вес Турции в мире почти что ничтожен. Или, скажем так, очень несущественен. И не соответствует тем внешнеполитическим амбициям, которые у Эрдогана, безусловно, есть. Я предполагаю, что в турецком национальном сознании Россия, русские, как нация, вот как явление в истории, это как рука Бога, которая все время карала Турецкую империю, непрерывно карала в течение 400 лет, раз за разом. Вот, поэтому их восприятие нас в историческом контексте, мягко говоря, такое, понятное. И в 15 году все было понятно. Почему началась дружба? Потому что русские — это сила. Россия, встала с колен. Россия может тут такого учудить, что мало никому не покажется. Россия плюнула в рожу Вашингтону и забрала себе Крым. И это они тоже учли. Правильно оценили. А то, что сейчас происходит извините меня, это закономерный результат. С этими людьми невозможно пытаться по-честному торговать. То есть, все же все прекрасно видят, все понимают. И турки это видят так же, как мы. О том, что, по западному флангу у России железный занавес. У нас блокада. В европейской части мы находимся в блокаде. Дальше у нас есть 3 экспортных коридора, а мы экспортно ориентированная страна. Наш внутренний рынок очень маленький, но он сам по себе очень маленький, плюс мы им не занимались 30 лет, он нам был неинтересен. Есть Китай, есть Турция, и отчасти есть Иран через Каспийское море. Все. Поэтому у этих 3 стран есть такие довольно большие, довольно крупные пакеты акций в этой концессии. То есть момент, когда турки, попытаются всех нагнуть, точнее нас нагнуть, это был вопрос времени. То есть когда это произойдет. Вообще, понимая, как жизнь устроена, она устроена довольно просто ведь. Это и нужно было ожидать после окончания президентских выборов. Президентские выборы кончились. Мы Эрдогану помогли победить, конечно. Мы считали, что турецкая оппозиция для нас это неприемлемый вариант, лучше этот. Оба хуже только, вот в чем проблема. И сейчас такая история. Я уверен только в одном, что с Турцией никаких долгосрочных, продуктивных, не союзнических даже, скажем, таких же отношений, как с Китаем, у нас быть не может. Слишком много в истории сложного, понимаете? География очень своеобразная.
Hey yo. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. It's doing autoplay. Don't do autoplay. Okay. Abandoned Zelensky photo. Basically, his wife was meeting up with other officials, you know, as sometimes she tends to do, and he was left waiting on the side while she was doing the greeting. So people have taken it. Specifically, when I say people, I mean pro-Russians mostly. They have taken the photo taken at that moment to claim that Zelensky had been abandoned at the summit. Even though, like, my man had a good time there. I don't know if you've seen it. You guys were at Top Sense. I saved my Twitter bookmarks for today, actually. But you've probably seen the clip. You have probably seen the clip already. I thought it was a great clip. Where Biden calls him by name. This one? This is very quiet for me. Let me make the...
Should be so familiar. Mr. Zelensky and I, Vladimir and I, shouldn't be so familiar. Mr. Zelensky and I talked about the kind of guarantees we could make in the meantime. Vladimir and I,
He was having a good time. He was very close to the leaders. I'm pretty sure Putin saw most of the videos from the actual meeting and just shat his fucking pants. Okay, Zelensky had a great time. He had a great time. He had great conversations with the leaders. He got lots of support. They obviously respect him. They obviously respect Ukraine. So the whole thing, when it comes to that, it was successful. It went well.
This is truly a historic moment.
Holy shit, everything refreshed on me. Why the hell? Man, fuck Twitter. But, yeah, overall, it went well. He was treated well. And, yeah, the photo is just a... It's basically the only thing that pro-Russians had to claim that Zelensky in any way failed at his diplomacy at the meeting.
it's real. You've done an enormous job. You have a lot more to do, I know, and I just think that,
Oh, these videos are incredibly quiet.
You get what you need. And I look forward to the day when we're having the meeting celebrating your official membership in NATO. So, thank you for what you're doing, and bad news for you is we're not going anywhere. You're stuck with us. So thank you.
Bad news for you is we're not going anywhere. Like, come on. It went well. It went well. Really. It's just that, you know, they needed a claim. It's like with the thing with pretending as if Ukraine got nothing out of the summit, which is kind of what we, I think, touched on yesterday. Hey, by the way, also, I will be having to do a little phone call today. I don't know exactly when, but I'll need to do it, so, you know. Oh. But yeah, went good. We got a lot of shit when it comes to criticizing the summit and when it comes to criticizing how it went. I was kind of, for that reason, I was worried about the reactions of online community specifically to the whole summit, because it feels like we expected a lot. And because we had very high expectations, it was very easy for us to make a claim that Ukraine was kind of left out. And I think it created an unrealistic image in which we kind of gave fuel to people claiming that Ukraine is not actually supported by NATO or international community. They were supported. It just wasn't the type of support that some people would demand. But we demanded a lot of extra. But yeah, sorry, I'm trying to have a conversation at the same time. My mother's leaving Germany today, and we're trying to basically organize the thing with her getting a the cash money on her phone. So I was supposed to be sending it to her, and we are trying to figure out if everything works properly. So right now, I'm like engaged in that messaging, and then here too. Which is also why I will need to do the little phone call, because she's starting her trip very, very soon. So just, and I'm going to be called. I'm going to be like, yeah, you're on your way. She's going to be like, yeah, nice, I am, and that's it. But yeah, basically, what I wanted to talk about is there was a new video published, this one, like 23 minutes ago, a new animation. And we also haven't seen the animation for the last week. I think it was published 4 days ago, the one about the rebellion in Russia. Do we call it a rebellion? I don't know, but we haven't seen the video, okay? And I feel bad for it. I haven't seen it in my recommended at all. I completely missed out on it. So
Из моего
here's the new
надежного
one.
источника мне поступила достоверная информация о том, что Залужный погиб. Но постойте, вы уже хоронили его раз 10, да и другая информация постоянно оказывалась ложной. И у меня появилось стойкое ощущение, что вы нам врете. Выходит, что все, о чем вы говорите, это лживая пропаганда для разжигания ненависти к Украине и к Западу. О, Господи, это же так очевидно. Неужели вы считаете нас настолько глупым, безвольным стадом, неспособным проанализировать информацию? Смотри, Буданов в коме.
Okay, fair. that was fair. That was fair. Strength is in the truth, where is in the is basically V. Truth. Oh, strength is truth. Okay, fair. Kind of ironic for it. They also had this one.
Начался мятеж.
Что? Предатели! Как они посмели? Это непростительно!
Вот это правильно. Покажите мужество и силу главы государства.
Слушай, верховный главнокомандующий. Что? Мятеж, Дон? Ах, шайтан, срочно высылай подкрепление, Дон. Ахмат, группа быстрого реагирования. Мои лучшие бойцы, Дон.
Yeah.
Володь, не беспокойся, я уже все порешал. Глубже, Женя, глубже. Копай. Верховный главнокомандующий? Да, конечно, я на месте, и мы готовы принять бой. Угу, и совсем не боимся. Что? Они отступили? Точно? Весь личный состав находится здесь. И эти бравые ребята будут стоять насмерть, защищая Москву, то есть Россию. Это я вам точно говорю. Благодаря нашему мужественному лидеру мятеж был подавлен и абсолютно бескровно. Бескровно? Ну как же сбитые самолеты, на которых летели наши мальчики? Не беспокойтесь, преступники понесли жесточайшее наказание в виде ссылки в Беларусь. А ваши сыновья погибли как настоящие герои России. Мой сын герой? Ах, теперь я могу гордиться этим всю оставшуюся жизнь. Спасибо нашему лучшему президенту в мире.
For real though, I was so hyped for it. I was fucking hyped for the whole event. Nothing happened, nothing went on. It was a letdown, it was a disappointment. It was personification of Russia itself. It was so fucking bad. I hated it. Hey though, I need to walk you through the stuff that I have in the title, and then I need to walk you through the bookmarks. And also I've read something. We gotta go through it, okay? Really went for popcorn. Dude, I was so hyped. I was fucking ready to celebrate. And then they just went away, and that's it. Wasn't there something new about them? What did they say? Aren't they like returning to Ukraine or something? What did I see? What did I see? What did I see? Dead or in prison? Nah. Nah. I like these news though. 14 Russian generals support Wagner chief Prigozhin in defiance of Putin. Like they're just trying to stir this shit. Ukrainians are just being like, hey guys, you know how many of you are supporting Prigozhin actually? Maybe someone should tell Putin. I'm just saying. Maybe he should be let to know that he needs to kill like half of his government. Yeah, he needs to be brought back. I actually wonder if he were brought back, how would the entire thing go? How would Russians react basically? What would they do about it? Because so far their responses have been fucking ridiculous. The response to the whole thing has been ridiculous. Russian media, don't know if you follow their stories on Prigozhin. Media monitor. But Russian media is talking about Prigozhin in very, very negative light lately. Which is very interesting, by the way, because they used to love the dude. They used to love the man. They saw him as a hero, but then the second he turned against Putin, now they're trying to spin the story over like, oh yeah, we always knew he was actually bad. There was always something suspicious about him. I always knew something was off about this man. So I kinda I think it's interesting they're spinning the story so much differently right now. No one's really calling them out on it. I'm not seeing anyone, you know, on Telegram or whatever make any strong claims on this. It just seems like everyone expected it. Like they knew about his past previously. They were aware of it.
Оставила много вопросов после себя. К Пригожину сейчас пристальный интерес у компетентных органов. Например, уже
like, what do you mean a closer look? They knew everything about the man already.
И домой пришли с обыском.
Империя Пригожина, как выясняется сейчас, в результате следственных действий, это сложно разветвленная структура, существовавшая на государственные деньги. Как уже известно, группа «Вагнер» в рамках заключенных с государством контрактов получила более 858 миллиардов рублей. По другим контрактам пригожинский холдинг «Конкорд» оказал услуг на сумму 845 миллиардов рублей. Эти цифры прозвучали не просто так, ведь большинство вагнеровцев считало, что на военную кампанию Пригожин тратил свои деньги. Все оказалось иначе. Во многом то, что делал создатель «Вагнера», это пиар и мистификация. На самом деле авантюрист Пригожин всю жизнь был погружен в коммерцию.
Also, I very much wonder what Grisha is doing right now about this.
Но многие его проекты оказывались сомнительны и не всегда вписывались в рамки закона. По данным журналистов, 2011 года фирмы Пригожина получили свыше 5000 госконтрактов на общую сумму почти 210 миллиардов рублей. И это только по минимальным подсчетам на основе открытых данных. Масштаб бизнеса был неразрывно связан с масштабом амбиций.
Его задача – забрать Санкт-Петербург, забрать, может быть, Ленобласть. То есть через вот такой способ, через войну, через прямое участие в войне, через Вагнер нарастить свой потенциал, нарастить свои, скажем, ресурсы, аппаратные и прочее, и уже совсем других, из другой весовой категории. Там,
hey, yo, network, how's life going?
И я нисколько не обманываюсь в отношении его.
Пригожин считал себя полноценным хозяином региона. В одном из этих зданий на Приморском проспекте Петербурга до недавнего времени располагался медиахолдинг «Патриот» Евгения Пригожина. Армия блогеров и так называемых журналистов создавала бизнесмену образ Робин Гуда. Сейчас офисы закрыты, доступ на территорию ограничен. Солдаты Пригожинского медиафронта били по всем, кто не хотел работать по их указке. Если информационного эффекта не было, использовали инструментарий 90-х. Вызывали на встречи, запугивали.
This too, though, it's such a weird thing. Like you look at it, and you see them being against this man. Which, okay, war criminal, fair. Piece of shit, fair. Makes sense that they are rebelling against him, fair. But like, are they not aware how close he was to Russia previously and to Russian leadership? Are they not aware he was the same trash as the rest of them? Are they not aware that this was literally a man working very, very closely to Putin? It's such a weird thing. It's like this man was very integral to Russia's war effort, very strong for very, very meaningful contribution to it. Wagner Group was very, very important for Russia. Now it's gone, and now suddenly we can be against it. Well, like all of this time, the government was supporting it, Ministry of Defense was supporting it. All of this trash that they're mentioning, yeah, it was happening, but like your government was literally supporting it, was okay with it. How in the world are you still staying in that shithole? How are you still being complicit after you know about this? Also talking about that, actually, I have something to show you, but Petteri Orpo, who is that? Who is that? Who is that? Who is that? Let me see what you do. Let me see what you do. Other activities, opposition politics. What are his views on everything? Definition of okay, not good, not bad. Peter Orban, no. No. He would be, I guess he would be normal. I don't know, my dude. Don't want to see Russian version of him. What was the question? The question was how hot. That was the question all of this time. Not seeing too many stuff about his views. Does he have some weird new views? Does he have something... I like the Wikipedia entries where I can actually look at their views. You know, that's what I'm a big, big fan of. I like the part where I enter a politician's website, not a website, Wikipedia, and there's just a part where you click and it says views, and then I can see what sort of claims they made and stuff like that. Because when it comes to something softer like this one, it makes me feel like he's not doing too much. I don't think there's any dirt about it, but yeah, that sucks. That sucks. He has to be more interesting. Do something hateful. Come on, come on, come on. Say you hate some Russians. Wait though. Leader of National Coalition Party. Okay, let's look at this. Blue. I just wanted to mention that he looks like a android, so I'm not really too happy about it. Kokumus. Liberal Conservative Party in Finland. Center right. Okay, what do you do? Pro-NATO, pro-European oriented. Catch-all party characteristics. Supports multiculturalism, work-based immigration, gay rights, same-sex marriage. In 1970s, it shifted to supporting social liberalism, such as increased social security and a welfare state, which was justified by increased individual liberty. Multilateralism, pro-European, supports continuous European integration within the European Union. Advocates of Finnish membership in NATO. Okay, seems okay. Seems okay. The party he's leading, the coalition party he's leading, seems okay. So I'm GG with that. in government with true Finns. What are true Finns doing? These ones, right? Ooh, controversies. One of them has a blog about Muslims. MP declined an invitation to the Presidential Independence Day Ball, citing his aversion to seeing same-sex couples dance. Well, that's fair. Holy shit. Another MP was found guilty of disturbing religious worship and ethnic agitation for statements he made about Muhammad in his blog. Oh. Nazi salutes made by another MP. And not parties. Municipal chapter's official postal address had Nazi flags hanging in the windows. Not a fan of true Finns, is what I've just learned. Not a fan of true Finns. Yeah. Very, very, very. Ooh. Ooh. Why, how desperate are you to ally with these types of people? What is the point of that? It gives me the energy similar to, you know, what Russia is doing these days, with like trying to ally with whatever trash they can find around, because they have no other choice. Seems like that. Armed forces of Ukraine announced the receipt of cluster munitions. Heck yeah. The Slavs of the South will unite again. Unite in what way? Unite how? Sima actually sounds familiar. I don't know why. Wait, cluster munitions. Oh, I gotta look at cluster munitions. Wait. They're already there. They haven't been used yet. We just got them. We haven't used them yet. But they can make a big difference. The enemy will give up the part of the terrain where they can be used. Russians think that we will use them on all sectors of the front. This is very wrong, but they are very worried. Based. If not outright Nazi, then ultra-nationalist at least. A good old days. It wasn't good old days. Yugoslavia sucked. Oh, yes, this is why. Yeah. Okay, fair. Dwight Death. Yes. Hey, bring back the man of old legends. You met him when you were a baby? Oh, man, that is adorable. Holy shit, man lived until 2002. Man, stuff like this, just like, holy shit, it just hits me. Always, whenever you learn about these, like, I don't know if I want to say legendary figures, but in a way he is a legend, right? I always, in my mind, I place them way far back in history. Man lived until 2002. Holy shit. He was almost 100. Holy shit. Just, what a great man. What a great man. We miss him in Ukraine. Oh, he's going to be brought back. His spirit is still with us. He died in the town next to me when I was 4. Over 500 enemy soldiers during the Winter War. Highest number of sniper kills in any major war. Man. Just man. Holy shit. All of his kills were accomplished in less than 100 days. An average of 5 per day at a time of year with very few daylight hours. His kill count as a sniper was based on his own reporting, with the confirmation of his comrades, and only those who were verified to be dead were counted. No count was taken when several snipers shot at the same target. So the number may be even higher. Enemy soldiers killed with a submachine gun, with him as a group leader, were not counted. Shit. Bro. On 21st December 1939, how do you read this? Haiha? How do you read the name? He achieved his highest daily count of 25 kills. Man. Some of his figures are from a Finnish army document counted from at the beginning of the war. Man. 138 kills in 22 days, 199, 61 in 35 days, 219, 20 in 22 days, 259, 40 in 18 days. Bro. Stop the horrors of Ustasha and the reactionary chatniks. Yeah, but like he was a war criminal too. Tito did Bleiburg, which was a war crime. Bleiburg was the execution of Ustasha, adjacent people, and just a bunch of civilians caught up in the whole thing. There was no trial, people were just killed because they were seen as Nazi adjacent. Another thing that he was doing, which was it was very similar to the way USSR was desperately attempting to stay whole. What they were doing was punishing people who acknowledged different nationalities or different religions. They were punishing people for being overly religious because it was seen as breaking the unity of Yugoslavia. There's actually quite a few books. I have one of them on locals here who were killed just because they were religious. There's nuns who were killed just because they were nuns and they were religious. And someone at one point, like they were existing as kindergarten caretakers basically for years, and then all of a sudden they would say something that was seen by people as creating a rift between different religions of Yugoslavia, and they would just be killed. The situation was abhorrent when it comes to that. Any sort of a unity of that scale, it kind of creates need for the country to desperately try to, pretend like there's no differences between the peoples. Ludmila Pavlichenko kicking ass in World War II. Well, I want to see. Okay, Red Army. Wait, was that the one? Which is the one? That's the one who toured the United States. Is that the one? Have you read about her conversations when she went to visit other countries? Yeah, here it is. Yeah, that's the one. Oh, this is so sad for me. During the publicity tour, Pavlichenko was not taken seriously by the press and was referred to as the girl sniper. When meeting with reporters in Washington, she was dumbfounded by the kind of questions put to her. One reporter criticized the length of the skirt of my uniform, saying that in America women wear shorter skirts, and besides, my uniform made me look fat. They also asked if she used makeup on the front line. She was described by the reporters as very blunt and unemotional in her responses. Man. Religion is a divisive topic that must be purged from the public debate. Oh, I absolutely disagree with that. I absolutely disagree with that. I don't think there's any value in banning conversations like these from the public debate, which is also what we've seen with the fallout of Yugoslavia. Banning these types of differences doesn't make them go away. It's not like people stopped worshipping their god just because the state didn't want them to worship their god. never would work like that. You can't ban something like this. You can only make it being worshipped in secret, and what you create in that sort of a situation are little conspiracies and hatred and even more conflict happening, because of course people are pissed off they're not allowed to just freely practice their own beliefs. So I'm not really seeing it as a good thing, to be honest. I'm quite critical of Yugoslavia. I'm quite critical of what Yugoslavia used to be. Religion should be put? No! I mean, look, if there was a way to do like a Thanos snap, wipe out all of the knowledge about religion from humanity, it would be a different thing. But there isn't, and I really don't think you could purge it in a way that wouldn't be horrible and just creating more problems. Catholic Church were a close ally of Ustasha? Some parts, yeah. I mean, they were also a close ally of Nazis, so like, it counts. Right now, they're being quite close to Russia itself. It's understandable to me that the institution itself would be not treated lightly, especially after we tried to get rid of Ustasha fully. But I don't think there was any excuse for executing people for their religious views only, without a trial, without anything. I don't think there's a way to, present this as something that makes sense. She struggled with depression because of the loss of her husband in the war. She suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder and alcoholism, factors that are believed to have contributed to her early death. When did she die? 58? Oh, damn. Just damn. What a hero though. Also, but the part about her visiting USA and then report as being fucking stupid, it always makes me really, really, really sad. To have an opinion on how religions function in policy? But it's kind of a cool topic if you talk to professors about the more complex functions of it. I'm usually mostly, I'm not a big hater of religions, and the reason I'm not a big hater of religions is because I remember reading this one report during my, I went to militant atheist phase, okay? The whole thing with religion should just be banned and everything, I went through that phase, so I kind of understand the thinking of that phase. What got me out was mostly just reading reports on how religion affects people, reading about how religion actually gives something valuable to people. I want to say it like that. A lot of people are religious not even because they genuinely believe in whatever they're claiming to believe, but mostly because it gives them a sense of community. So a lot of religious people that you talk to, for example, there was a big thing in atheism at the time. We would be gloating over the fact that atheists know more about the Bible than religious people do. And I think it comes from fundamentally misunderstanding why people are religious. People are not religious because they've read the book and the book made them into believers. People are religious because it gives them a sense of community. Their family is religious, their parents are religious, it gives them some sort of values to pursue. It's not about the book. It's not about being able to answer numerous questions that someone's going to give you. You just kind of follow it. You just do it because it feels better in a way. At the time, I also did look into. There's one really, really good research. I need to compile these on how religion affects you psychologically, and there was a part of it which said that a very, very good impact is actually because religion gives you someone to put your troubles on. Does that make sense? Religion gives you someone to put all of your problems on. So, for example, if you're dealing with something really, really hard in your life, you're dealing with something that's, giving you immense stress. When you're religious, you can just be like, oh, God's gonna be dealing with this. And you kind of move away the worry. You learn to move it away. You can't do anything about this, so you give it to someone bigger than yourself, and it alleviates a lot of the stress. And I think it's very, very useful in this case. And then I looked into religion as a trauma response. And what I've actually noticed is that, for example, talking with people here in this area, you guys remember how, for example, very often I mentioned the fact that we have war criminals existing around. So when it came to like collaborators in Yugoslav war, when it comes to collaborators with the invaders, many of them are walking around right now freely, just existing as free people. One of them is a wannabe celebrity in Serbia. They're just here, they're existing, as if they've never done anything. And the curious thing is that when you talk to people who have survived the horrors of the war, very, very often when you ask them about their views on this, experiences, the way they think about the situation, they will tell you that God is going to punish them. And I think it's a response to the fact that you can't really do anything about this. There's no real way to get your loved ones back. There's been a lot of civilians executed in my area. There's nothing we can do about it. There's nothing we can do to fix it. The court has seen these war criminals, but they have been released either because they cooperated with the court or because they gave testimonies about other war criminals, but they have been released, right? There's nothing you can do anymore at this point. So you give over your worry to a deity. And I understand how valuable that is. I understand how valuable it is to certain people in my family to just be like, oh yeah, okay, I'll probably never get justice for my parents who have been killed, or for my grandparents, or for my uncles or aunts or whoever. I'll probably never get justice, but I'm going to place my faith that God is going to give me justice instead. And, I'm seeing it. I see the belief. Wait, isn't the number of atheists kind of stable? I assume they're doing well. I know in Croatia we have more atheists. Cool kind of memes to open with a professor. Ask them about how successful nations use materialistic versions of non-materialistic religions and spread the non-materialistic versions into developing nations. And if it's an intentional act to modify and keep other nations down. Oh! Wait, I want to save that entire fucking message. Holy shit. Holy shit. Yeah, actually, now. Damn. Yeah, for real. Holy shit, my man. You spent a lot of time thinking about this. Nice. That is genuinely impressive. Ejevan Vartith. It's beer. I'm getting some beer, also coffee, so wait, let me see. What are the numbers? Geographic distribution? No. Do I want to say really global really gen statistics? Let me look at this. Because I assumed the number of atheists is, staying. Yeah, this is all of them. I want to see them. What the fuck is this? This is some shit-ass website. Shit-ass website. Give me this one. Could I just like Wikipedia atheism? Like at this point, I'm genuinely interested in how many atheists there are. Demographics of atheism. Okay. Oh, this is the thing that I've had again. Studies diversity, not giving me year by year data. But yeah, I don't know. If you have any sources on number of atheists getting lower, I would love to see them. Drank one fucking beer, made me so damn tired. That's because you haven't drank a proper beer. Overthinking things and being Taoist is you eventually resolve so many topics. It's actually freeing. Is it? Doesn't it open new questions? And then more new questions, and then more new questions? No, Ruskies and Belarusians will take part in Olympics. What? No, what? Oh, fuck. Okay, so Reuters is giving me this. I have seen no nearer resolution on Russia-Ukraine participation. Russia and Ukraine? Ah? Russia and Belarus won't be invited to participate, but athletes can still compete. Fuck! So the countries won't be invited, but... Oh, that's not fair. It's not fucking fair. They shouldn't be allowed to even be there. But okay, fair enough that they're not inviting the countries. It's something. It's something. Oh, fuck 'em. Have you seen this? Look at this. It is deplorable to see some governments do not want to respect the majority within the Olympic movement or the autonomy of sport, which they are requesting from other countries and are praising in countless speeches and UN and European Union resolutions. Bro, I shit on the idea of neutrality of international sport events. That is a lie. That is just a meaningless fucking statement. I can't believe this. I had to check whether this was actually an IOC website. I thought it was a meme. It is deplorable these governments do not address the question of double standards with which we were confronted in the consultation calls. We have not seen a single comment from them about their attitudes towards the participation of athletes whose countries are involved in the other 70 wars, armed conflicts and crises in the world. It is even more deplorable that they grossly neglected the very clear statement of the two special rapporteurs from the UN Human Rights Council. By the way, can I just comment? I don't know who the other one is. One of these is that blonde woman whose words on this we've read like 2 months ago. I don't know. Piece of shit. Thinks that even if Russian athletes are members of Russian military, they should be allowed to compete at the Olympics. Even if they are military. Even if we know they are Russian military. They should be allowed to compete, in her opinion. Just not under the Russian flag, under a neutral flag, but they should be allowed to be there. So of course we're fucking ignoring their opinions. While in other issues they're always highlighting their firm request for the respect of human rights. Bro, the special rapporteurs are sucking off Putin. They don't care about human rights. No. I'm 90% sure this statement is specifically by the woman who's okay with Russian military members participating in the competition. Religion is a way to align people's values, which is good for governing mass population. Yeah, I could see that. It's like with what's the word? with conversations over how useful religion was during history, because it basically gave a rule book to people to follow, so they would kind of be what's the word, controlling in a way. They would not be willing to break certain rules. So yeah. It is, and you know, as much as it's very, very good, I think for some people, it's also could be used in very, very problematic ways. Governing mass population by being against religion. Oh, by being atheist. That would be interesting, because you would have nothing to guide you apart from not liking religion. You could use it as populism, I would guess. You could use it as like, oh, these evil religious people are trying to push their religious views onto us. They are the enemies. We have to stick together. I feel like you could do that. IOC has, of course, also seen the reactions from Russia. In Russia, even before the publication of recommendations, IOC was already called Agents of United States of America. Ukrainian representatives called IOC recommendations unacceptable, and IOC is portrayed as siding with the Russians, whose invasion the IOC has strongly condemned from the very beginning. There's still, like, the whole thing with condemning the invasion, just condemning the invasion is worthless if you're still going to be doing business with Russians in any sort of a way. Like, the fact both sides in this confrontation are not satisfied might indicate IOC has found some middle ground on which all sides can move forward. No. The fact both sides in this confrontation are not satisfied means that you are trying to find middle ground between an aggressor using genocidal rhetoric against the country they are invading and the victims of said aggression. You're not supposed to be looking for middle ground, literally, in this situation. You're supposed to be siding with the victim fully. That's it. No questions. We condemned the war from the first day. We imposed unprecedented sanctions on the Russian and Belarusian governments. Not enough. IOC has learned that 52 governments, representing only 15% of the world population, have, like the IOC, imposed sanctions on the Russian and Belarusian governments. This is not to say that one side is right and the other is wrong. This is just to describe the reality of a divided and fragmented world. Bro, this statement is just making me hate the IOC so much. Like, at this point, I just despise them. This is using idiot talking points, all of this. The fact you're not able to understand that condemning the invasion on a sovereign country is the only right position in this situation is laughable. The fact they're being like, oh yeah, there's an invasion happening right now, but guys, not all countries in the world condemn this invasion, so I'm just saying the world is really, really fragmented. Who the fuck cares, bitch? Do you have morals or do you not have morals? Oh, this is just bad. There's the Ukrainian side, which denounces IOC for siding with Russia. Its government insists on the total isolation of all Russians and Belarusians because it considers everyone with a Russian and Belarusian passport to be a supporter of the war. Based. This even goes as far as banning athletes with intellectual disabilities from taking part in the recent Special Olympics. Bro, you banned the entire state. You know what this is, though? You know what this sentence is? Have you guys seen a Russian little Misha story? Masha? Fuck, I need to show it to you. Here it is. Here it is. This is what it is. It's the little Masha story all over again. So what has happened is Russians are trying to make up excuses for being worthless as people, as a nation, as whatever. And this is one of the stories that they're using to push around the illusion of them carrying no blame. And it's a story about little Masha. So little Masha is a little girl who was born in 2001 somewhere in Russia. In 2008, she did not oppose the invasion of Georgia because she was only 7 years old. In 2012, during the protests on Bolotnaya, she was only 11. In 2014, Masha did not oppose the annexation of Crimea. She was 13. Masha never voted for Putin. Even in 2018, she was only 17. Masha did not pay taxes. She is still studying. She did not start working. Masha did not serve in the army. Masha did not support the invasion of Ukraine, did not send parcels to our boys, and did not weave camouflage nets. Now Masha is 21. Now she is a full-fledged citizen of Russia. Kasparov said today that Masha is entirely to blame. The world will treat Masha like a criminal, and Masha must accept this. And just this whole thing of them, this is a grown-ass man. This is a grown-ass man making up a story about this little girl, because making up a story like this is the only way he could pretend like he is not responsible for Russia today and for creating the Russian society today. And the IOC thing, it very much reminds me of that. It gives me a very, very similar energy to that. It's like, well, you want to ban all Russians and Belarusians because you think they all are war supporters? Well, how dare you blame athletes with intellectual disabilities? How dare you blaming those people specifically, completely ignoring the fact that from the IOC, from the UN Special Rapporteur, we got the opinion that even members of a Russian military will be allowed to compete. They're trying to create this idea of like Russian victims, and I don't know. This shit just makes me angry. But also a lot of stuff written here so far has been making me angry. Athletes competed with respect for each other and with respect for the rules of sport. Through statements and in conversations, the athletes made it clear that they wanted to compete against the best athletes of the world, no matter where they came from. They want to feel like true world or European champions. They do not want to see any athlete being punished for the actions of their government. I disagree with this very, very strongly too. I feel like this is just me disagreeing with IOC, to be honest. This is just me thinking that IOC are pussies. I do not think there's any sort of excuse to put Ukrainian athletes on the same stage with Russian and Belarusian athletes. I absolutely feel like Russians and Belarusians should be banned from everything. Until this war is over, every single one of them in public space is a representative for a country directly attempting to genocide Ukraine. Every single one of them is a representative. Every single one of them must be aware they are a representative. Any sort of neutrality, apolitical opinions, whatever the fuck, it doesn't exist. You represent a country attempting a genocide. You must be aware of this. You must be aware of this. You must be reminded of this at every second of your existence on any sort of a platform these days. And you must be bringing it into focus at every single question. At every occasion. Think of what Kasparov is doing. Whenever Kasparov, as much as I know there's some controversial views about Kasparov, I think he's possibly the strongest example we have of actual Russian opposition, right? Whenever he has a speech, he specifically will mention Russians are attempting to genocide Ukrainians. Whenever he holds a speech on Russian society, he will say that each and every Russian is imperialist. Each and every Russian believes that their country holds a claim to these lands. Each and every Russian is already indoctrinated, and they need to be taken out of their delusion by Ukraine beating the fuck out of Russia. Something like this should be expected out of every single Russian who participates at international events. Otherwise, I personally strongly oppose to them being allowed to take part in anything. Is religion the way to move forward? I think more of the, how would I say it? Is there a way to remove from human society all things which are not benefiting us in moving forward? And I think there isn't. So yeah. So in Skadefros chat just claimed Ukraine means the land to the east. So yeah. Their followers have a vast spectrum of values. Sometimes this leads to division, like Catholic, Orthodox, Protestant, but of course also does not completely summarize all. It reminds me of, I used to be following this one woman on YouTube. She kind of fixed my views on religion, because I truly used to be a militant atheist, so strongly. What was the name? Gray? Shit, I don't remember her name. Haven't followed her channel in a while. I think she was pregnant and then she stopped doing so many videos. God is Grey? I think it was that. Whoa, I don't remember these videos, but I think it was this one. I do think it was this one. Yes. This was like back in my militant atheist phase, turning to like normal views on religion. So I didn't follow her for a while. I don't know what her recent content is. But for a while, she used to be having really, really good videos, basically trying to describe to people how, according to religion, God loves them. And because of this, a lot of constraints that people are trying to place on you in the name of religion are just false constraints. It's just people trying to be hateful and people pretending as if God of religion is different than the way she personally sees him to be, right? So for example, she had this video, I remember this like created a lot of chaos in the community at the time. It was on, actually it wasn't this one, this was 2 years ago. She had to make a video on this previously. But basically the video on how she had an abortion previously. And she talked about how she managed to get through it by reminding herself that, you know, according to religion, God still loves you, you're still a child of God, you are allowed to make mistakes, you're allowed to repent for these mistakes, and like a child you will be welcomed back. And I don't know, like, I think it's a good way to kind of create contrast between different types of religious people, right? You have religious people like this who are using their religion as a way to explain and share more positive views of the world. Then you have people who are going to be using it in other ways, but they all fundamentally follow the same religion. They all follow the same God. They just think of that God differently. So I don't really think you could be, you know, putting them in the same basket. Laws to constrain our behavior, education to help people better at communication, understanding. Yeah, that too. I don't really think that religion itself is a bad influence on all of this, you know? It's like, I don't know. I don't think I see it as such a problematic thing as some atheist people tend to be doing. I really think that fuck, I'm trying to figure out which one of these was it. But I really think that, you know, we kind of find it very easy to hate on religious people, and they kind of don't deserve as much hatred as we are giving them. Hey yo, DB, how's life going? How's everything? How is existence going today? Also, I need to show you the videos I had. Holy shit, I had a lot of them, okay? Need to show you my stuff. Need to show you my stuff. Wait, we watched this one. Went to TVP. Okay, okay, okay. 2 ACs. How fucking dare you? How fucking dare you? Indoctrination is bad. But isn't everything indoctrinating you? In a way, you will be indoctrinated no matter what happens. So I don't know if there's a way to fully avoid it, isn't it? It's you know, it's like, if we look at it closely enough, a lot of things that we are doing is that we are allowing is kind of indoctrination. It's like when people complain about, you know, religious indoctrination of their kids, right? It always reminds me of this comment someone made, that like in vegan communities, if you they will condemn parents for teaching their kids to eat meat because they see that as indoctrination, like teaching your child that eating meat, that killing other life forms and then eating them is normal. That by itself is seen as indoctrination. A lot of lifestyles you do will be seen as indoctrination. A lot of things that you will teach your kids are going to be indoctrination because you will be teaching them your values. Your values may not be based on religion, they may be based on something else, but technically it's likely going to be indoctrination until, you know, you reach a point where they are grown up, and at which point they are able to think for themselves. It's going to be just indoctrination. So, you know, I don't think religion specifically is the, would I say, the source of it, the biggest problem we have. Decided a long time ago that freedom of religion is right. Yeah. If anybody wants to change that, they should check themselves. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Yeah. Your kid's gonna be based. Your kids are going to learn critical thinking and just stick to the values you have given them.
Последствия. Те, кто знает бизнесмена Пригожина, говорят, что он совсем не Робин Гуд, кем пытался себя представить. Был и остался бизнесменом с криминальным прошлым.
Судя по тому, что публикуются
I mean, in a way, it could be, right?
материалы 1980
You make them
года о
hate
грабежах,
religions, it's going to
но
be
этот человек
indoctrination.
мог таким образом решительно
You speak about your personal political views with your kids?
чужое имущество
Ain't that
с
indoctrination?
помощью угроз, а может быть даже вооруженной силы.
Пригожин был дважды судим. Это известный факт. Свой первый срок, 2,5 года, за кражу он получил, когда ему было 18 лет. Один из заводов Английского проспекта Санкт-Петербурга. Здесь начался криминальный путь Евгения Пригожина. Как следует из материалов уголовного дела, в 1980 году он вместе с подельником обворовал одну из квартир. Добыча злоумышленников, как следует из
Now
материалов
you
уголовного
remembered
дела, стали
that
ваза,
pieces of shit.
салфетница, конфетница, 6 фужеров, 6 стопок и 2 рога. Очередной срок. 13 лет колонии Пригожин получил за мошенничество и грабеж. Отсидев, он хорошо узнал криминальный мир и общался с осужденными на их языке.
Естественно, вот осужденные зэки, так сказать, попроще, они верили ему, они пошли за ним. Тайга, закон, медведь, прокурор.
Уже известно, что многие бойцы частной военной компании Пригожина, услышав обращение президента 24 июня, были сильно
we
удивлены.
accept some
Они поняли,
indoctrination
что
is
Пригожин
okay.
просто ввел их в заблуждение и предал. Ведь до этого он уверял бойцов в том, что идет спасать президента якобы от руководства Минобороны. Мы подошли максимально близко к поселку, где находится дом бизнесмена Евгения Пригожина.
That's kind of how I see it. Like it's okay. Some indoctrination is okay.
И контрольно-пропускных пунктов. Узнать, дома ли сейчас бизнесмен, не представляется возможным. На территории вертолетная площадка и гаражный спарк. Внутри все тяготело от внешней эффектности, чтобы удивить и шокировать гостей. Чего только
Like, you know, it's like you, I don't know, like in a specific type of music and your kids hearing it and as a result liking it too. That's, in a way, that's indoctrination. You're kind of setting them on a path they haven't really chosen themselves. You have instead chosen it for them. All of this, you know, it's just some indoctrination is expected and some of it is just absolutely okay. And there's no way to avoid it. There's no way to completely wipe it out. You can just be like, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, your society has an influence on you. Absolutely, absolutely. So I'm just my whole point is that I'm not really taking the anti-religious people seriously, and mostly it's because I used to be one of them, and it's just I don't know. I think once you move out of these views, it's very easy to look back at them and be like, damn, you need to go outside a bit more. That's what I needed to do. I needed to be outside a bit more. You pick what? Yeah, your friends are going to be setting you on a different path. Your relatives are going to be setting you on a different path. You got teachers, they're going to be setting you on a different path, and all of it is going to be indoctrination. If at any point anyone speaks to a kid about politics, that's indoctrination. Values, that's indoctrination. All of it is indoctrination in some sort of a way, because the kid can't think critically yet. So they're just kind of adopting your values. They're not really thinking about them themselves. The best thing we can do as society is just to try and encourage proper education. So as part of proper educational systems, you teach your children how to think critically. You teach them how to observe the arguments. You teach them how to question these arguments. You teach them how to debate. I think debate classes are genuinely good thing. I've never had them in my school, but I have spoken as part of European Union project thing. I spoke to a few people who have had debate classes at their high schools, and they were great. Like, they had to pick topics, they had to research the topics. You would be placed on like two sides of a topic, and regardless of whether you held the opposite view, you would still do your best to research. So many people's minds would change. So many people learned how to better question information. I truly thought it was an amazing thing and a great thing to have. And I think all schools should be having debate classes. So, that's kind of what you can hope to be doing as society. But I don't really think you can remove indoctrination. Teachers that set me on such a good path. The only two possible economic systems are capitalism or state-run economy. Goes beyond ignorance. Seems like most people are just devoid of imagination or curiosity. Do you have a specific system you feel like is being ignored? I was raised religious. I was raised Christian, Catholic. I actually, to be completely honest, it feels stupid to say it, but I started questioning religion because of memes. I was like a kid and I went online and there was a meme. What was the meme? It was one of those like lousy 9gag memes. Something like, if God loves all of his children, why is he allowing them to burn forever for like crimes they did during their very short lifespan compared to, infinity of burning? Something like that. I don't remember exactly what it was. I did question it before because certain things never made sense to me. Like, I remember in school I used to be having problems because of the soul thing. I kinda, from a very young age, I saw souls as basically how people see Santa Claus. I thought it was the same thing. I never really got to the soul. Even now, I still have trouble actually understanding people believe in souls, right? Like, even now, I just never got into it. I remember the first time questioning it was when we learned about evolution. And it was, I have my father's old biology book from his high school classes. And in it, there's like the evolution of horses, right? And it's all the steps of how a horse evolved to be a horse today. And I remember looking at this and it made sense to me. I was looking at the book thing and I was like, yeah, this makes perfect sense. Evolution just makes sense, right? And I remember then learning about the evolution of apes to humans, and also it made sense. And then I remember being like, but where in this path did we need to evolve souls? And that part never made sense to me. Like at one point there needed to be an ape that gave birth to another ape, and one of them had a soul and the other one didn't. The alternative was that everything has a soul. But then you have the question of like, if you go to heaven, are there dinosaurs? Because they would need to have a soul. Like at which point of evolution did we start needing souls enough to evolve them? And yeah, ever since that was like one of the first times I remember being conscious and thinking about souls. And I just kind of got it as, it's just people making shit up. So I've never really took it too seriously, but I was questioning it back then too, and then 9gag memes just, you know, completely blew it up. Dark Souls, same. In addition to proper education, it is extremely valuable if they engage in strengthening country's democracy. Oh yeah. Political classes must be in every school. You should be knowing how your local politics works. You should be knowing basics about politics. What is NATO? What is UN? What are international organizations your country is a part of? You should be knowing that. Holy shit. Where's all the funding for soul-based technology? Kind of seems like they don't really believe in it. To be fair, what could they do with soul-based technology? I mean, wait, wasn't CIA for a while trying to do the soul thing with like your soul getting out of your body, and it failed? Maybe all of their funding was just wasted. Maybe that's what it is. Being taught to believe an opinion as fact is different from forming a preference or a, wait, fuck, my chat refreshed, personal epistemological failing. I feel like at the core though, it is based on the fact that, you know, your environment is going to be influencing you, and people around you are going to be influencing you, and you can never escape it. Astral projection is same as soul, it's just the astral part of your being. Yeah, but it's a spiritual, non-material part of you, right? It's a part of you that is supposed to be able to walk through walls, so it's not a material one. And I feel like, you know, I don't know. The first time I learned about them actually researching it, I was rather weirded out by it. I genuinely for a while thought that their research might have made some actual scientific contributions, and then it turns out it was just useless. But yeah, non-material, yeah. But that's what a soul is, right? It's like a non-material part of you. If we could walk through walls, you'd have people from this chat in your room. To be fair, teleporting is different than walking through walls. You would need to be close already in order to walk through the walls and to get here. And then there's also a question, because like I'm on one floor higher. If you can walk through walls, can you choose which walls to walk through? Or do you just walk through all of them? Basically, the question I'm asking is, why wouldn't you just like stay on the ground floors, unable to go up? Because like you're just going straight through them. You can't. You can't reach it. You would try to use the stairs and you would just kind of go through them. But then also there's the question of if you go through the stairs, yeah. Well observed, comrade. If you fall through the stairs because you can't go upstairs, why wouldn't you also fall through the ground? Would you reach the center of the earth then? Does gravity work on souls? Would you just keep on falling? Would you just keep on floating in the universe? You become a soul and that's it? And like the earth moves away and you stay because everything just passing through you? That would be fucking amazing actually. I'm buying that theory now. All of the souls of all of the beings that ever lived, they're right now in wherever Earth was at the time they died. Just like scattered through the universe. If you could see them, you would see like a little, it's like those like little rainbow parts in games. You would see that being left behind Earth. Oh, that is fucking great, yeah. I'm buying that theory. That is my spiritual theory right now. some weird materials could pass through normal material, like a soul. Stairs are dangerous because gravity influences and then equating normal people walking up and down the stairs beside you to people actively tripping people so they can pretend to help them. But then you have a difference between like people just doing their everyday stuff versus people deliberately causing harm. And I don't feel like religious people are deliberately causing harm when they teach their kids about religions. So I wouldn't feel like that would be a comparison to make, right? Because they're not, in spreading their values, I don't think they are. I don't know if they're causing harm in the first place, because I don't know how inherently harmful I would see religion. But also, I don't, even if you accept the premise that religion is harmful, I don't know if religious people see it as harmful. So because of that, I don't know if they would be seen as deliberately causing harm, right? Because if you trip someone up, you want to harm them in order to pretend to be helping them. You can trip people without meaning it, but it is causing people to fall to epistemological falsehoods. Could see that. Could see that. But like, are you a bad person if you trip people without wanting to? I don't feel like you are. But also I feel like a lot of this could just be minimized by teaching kids how to think critically. You're a bad person? Why, Slippers? What did you do? What did you do? Who did you say to be, I don't know, sucking off some Russians or whatever? You were born like that? Fuck. The earth is flat, so you're on top of it. Reminds me of that flat earth view, that there is no gravity, things just fall down. Oh, gravity isn't real, there's no need to make up gravity. Things, they just fall, that's it. It's just how nature works. Whoa, this was loud, holy shit.
Что-то у меня сегодня как-то настроение, я смотрю на такие разные
Hey, we're watching Solovьев being really
фрагменты мозаики, и
bitchy.
они складываются. Вот все-таки мы очень долго жили в условиях мира. Мы очень долго себя вводили в заблуждение. То нам
No, I don't
Запад
think we need
казался
to believe in a
другом, то нам
transcendental
Запад
being.
казался
I don't think
слабым,
there's a need for
то
that.
нам Запад казался
It
прагматичным.
helps with some shit, but you don't need
Это все
it.
не точно. Вот мы сейчас видим, как слетают вот
Philip Kadik.
все эти наносные абсолютно и проступает истинное лицо. И что мы видим? Запад видит в борьбе с нами смысл своего существования. Если угодно, мы возвращаемся к какому-то изначальному конфликту. Вот смотришь там сейчас на натовские
We live
планы,
in peace, but we
и
got
ты
bored of
видишь,
it,
как
yeah.
ну, можно было открыть
The best motivation they would have for
17-18,
doing the shit they're
19
doing.
век. Открыть планы западных стран, которые в те моменты назывались по-разному, и там будет примерно все то же самое. И сейчас на новом этапе, но все равно обсуждается вечная борьба с Россией как с таковой. С использованием всего. Потому что, война,
What's he
странно, когда
hiding?
люди относятся к войне как к чему-то новому.
Humongous titties.
У нас вообще как-то всегда было такое представление специфическое, да, о древних профессиях. Или о древних занятиях. И здесь всегда шли там охотники, собирательство. Но по большому счету древнее войны ничего нет. Даже когда смотришь там
I'm running low on
литературный жанр,
toilet paper. Sucks to be
то
you.
один из самых древних литературных жанров это военная мемуаристика. Основоположником которой был, вежливо говоря, неплохой полководец Юлий Цезарь. Но мы так долго жили в условиях мира, что совершенно потеряли вот этот фокус. А сейчас нас к нему возвращают. Пространство между Балтийским и Черным морями призвано стать оборонительным валом против русских. Это нас отбрасывает вот
Peter the
каким-то
Great.
временам, даже, наверное, Петра, да? То есть вот куда-то туда, особенно
Bro, it's so
когда
hot here,
после
holy shit.
Петровских завоеваний,
I got a fan
вечный
on, it doesn't
нейтралитет
help.
Скандинавии, все в тартарары.
He filled his garage
И
with toilet paper
Украина,
in 220.
Украина
He's used half of it.
Оказалась Украина.
Isn't
То есть
it
это
all
не важно
like
было, где рванет. Ну, слабым
Dusty,
звеном
musty
оказалась
now.
Украина. Вот там все
Spiders
эксперименты
living everywhere.
сработали,
You
сработали
go
все
wipe your ass,
факторы
there's just a spider.
распавшейся Великой империи
Gets in real
Советского
deep.
Союза. А дальше, это же историческая закономерность, войны на границах империи между ее частями. Так было с любой империей. Ни о какой общеевропейской архитектуре безопасности не может быть и речи. Это все понятно. Ну, плюс сейчас же это не общеевропейская, это противороссийская структура безопасности. То есть это выстраивается теперь именно так.
Look, I'm just saying, okay?
Перестает
There's some
скрываться, и теперь говорят,
weird
что
bugs
нет,
existing
мы отнюдь не
around.
только Европа.
I wouldn't love to see
Мы
them.
теперь видим себя глобально. Поэтому
How should you colonoscopy?
Потом, как интересно, да, что, казалось бы, конфигурация НАТО изначально все-таки
No, I'm
базируется
not saying I have a
Великой
poopy
Отечественной, Второй
butthole.
мировой
I'm saying I
войне.
care about your
Но
poopy
сейчас
butthole.
получилось, что извечные враги притягивают. То есть американцы и англичане, которые всю свою жизнь, или немцы и французы, да, они все равно все объединяются, потому
You're
что вдруг
welcome.
выясняется, что есть гораздо
That's what
более
we
для
do
них
here
важный враг. Это
on a stream. We care
и на
about each
фоне
other.
этой ненависти к нам, даже собственные страшные разногласия, которые всегда были на континенте,
I don't
они
feel like watching
моментально
this bitch. Wait. Okay, everything normal, Nice. I have news to show you. I put a bunch of news in the title, and I need to show you the news so you know what's going on, and also so you know what the title is about. And then I have updates to show you. So I'm having a nice time. But we had Eurobarometer done recently, as in published now, and one of the topics looked at basically was the European Union's response to Russian invasion on Ukraine, and so far we're doing well. Oh, here it is. European Union has taken a series of actions as a response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. To what extent do you agree or disagree with each of these actions taken? Providing humanitarian support to people affected by the war. Welcoming into European Union people fleeing the war. Providing financial support to Ukraine. Imposing economic sanctions on Russian government, companies and individuals. Banning state-owned media such as Sputnik and Russia Today from broadcasting in European Union. You got banned in Scottish? Now? Really? Wait, how? What did you do? Not seeing you there, but were you there before? Holy shit. I'm seeing them. What are they doing? NATO Russophobia is being pushed on to people who don't agree. Why NATO should be disbanded? Bro! You said Slava Ukraine? Oh, someone did it recently there. Oh, yeah. Slava Ukraine, leopards are coming, we're making a fucking zoo out of Russia. Looks like Russia is advancing, they go. What the fuck? What do you mean? Shunka za pizza? Never. We should get a badge for getting banned in there. I wish we had a way to get like based badges in chat. Just like I could be like, oh yeah, this person actually got banned in Scottish. Oh, here's a little star next to your name so everyone knows to respect you. I wish. Can I do that? No, I can't do it by some like third party thing. You know what I need to do? Get that, you know how some people have that chat add-on thing? And when you join their chat, you can choose your pronoun. And then in chat to other people who have the add-on, they will be seeing your pronoun. I need to figure out how to get that, but to make it so you can choose whether you have been banned in Scottish or not. Also, by the way, my phone's ringing, so I gotta do a quick phone call. Playing this for a second.
Hello and welcome to TVP World. So the NATO summit is over. The day 2 is getting closer to the end as we try to wrap up the discussions and decisions made by the NATO countries' leaders here in Vilnius, Lithuania. What we know for sure is that Ukraine was informed that it will join NATO in the future, but when? This is not clear. In terms of this kind of decisions, there is no difference between Bucharest 2008 and Vilnius 2023. It is precisely what NATO informed Ukraine 15 years ago, that it will join NATO someday. But when? That's not clear. The NATO summit communique reads the following.
We fully support Ukraine's right to choose its own security arrangements. Ukraine's future is in NATO. We reaffirm the commitment we made at the 2008 summit in Bucharest that Ukraine will become a member of NATO, and today we recognize that Ukraine's path to full Euro-Atlantic integration has moved beyond the need for the membership action plan. Ukraine has become increasingly interoperable and politically integrated with the alliance and has made substantial progress on its reform path. In line with the 1997 Charter on a distinctive partnership between NATO and Ukraine and the 2009 complement.
But this information comes with conditions, and those conditions are not clear at all. Here's what the NATO summit decided in that regard.
Allies will continue to support and review Ukraine's progress on interoperability as well as additional democratic and security sector reforms that are required. NATO foreign ministers will regularly assess progress through the adapted annual national program. The alliance will support Ukraine in making these reforms on its path towards future membership. We will be in a position to extend an invitation to Ukraine to join the alliance when allies agree and conditions are met.
Jens Stoltenberg expressed the message behind the summit in that manner.
We will issue an invitation for Ukraine to join NATO when allies agree that conditions are met. This is a strong, united message from allies on your path to NATO membership. We must ensure that when this war ends, there are credible arrangements in place for Ukraine's security, so that history does not repeat itself. Today, we meet as equals. I look forward to the day we meet as allies.
Despite the fact that the outcome of the summit is bitter, it is also sweet in a way, because the lack of political decisions regarding the presence of Ukraine in NATO go along with assurances of military support that exists and will exist in the future.
Nice.
It was also mentioned in the NATO
Storm is
summit.
brewing based. I wish it was here too.
The security of Ukraine is of great
The
alliance to support
what's the word?
further integration with NATO.
Shut up video. The weather prediction so far is like there's going to be rain and then there's going to be exactly the same temperature as it was before. You're going to be having rain, and then after you have rain, you're going to be having exactly the same suffering as you're having now. So I'm not too happy about that. Yeah, the weather is okay here. The weather is really, really boring here, to be honest. We're having nothing. We're having no wind, no rain, no happiness in any sort of way. I am melting. Hope Russia destroys Ukraine. I'm tired of the US giving that country my tax money. Long live the US. Thanks for your support, comrade, but please remove your US flag. We hate the dirty Westerners and US pigs here. Of course, comrade. What a little bitch. What a little bitch. What a little pussy boy. Of course, comrade. Long live the US, but yeah, I will be removing the flag because I'm a dirty USA pig. Before Big Bang, we don't know. That's what it was. We don't know yet. It's a question still unanswered. Massive amount of rain at 2 p.m., but it didn't happen, like a peasant. Yeah, I was really hyped yesterday because we were supposed to be having some stormy weather, and then nothing happened. Like a fucking loser. I was expecting it, I was hyped about it, and then nothing really happened. In general, how satisfied are you with the response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine? So we're doing okay-ish, no real big changes. Wait, January, February, May, June. Meh. Could have been better. In this context, 77% of Europeans are in favor of a common defense and security policy. 80%. Wait, is this like... Oh, nice, throughout the years? So it's been quite high all of this time? Nice. 80% think that cooperation in defense matters at European Union level should be increased. 77% believe that member states' purchase of military equipment should be better coordinated. 69% would like European Union to reinforce its capacity to produce military equipment. And 66% say that more money should be spent on defense in European Union. Nice. So we're doing well. We're doing well. Please tell to what extent you agree or disagree with each of the following statements. Cooperation in defense matters at European Union level should be increased. Member states' purchase of military equipment should be better coordinated. European Union needs to reinforce capacity to produce military equipment. More money should be spent on defense in European Union. 77% agree European Union should build partnerships with countries outside European Union to invest in sustainable infrastructure and connect people and countries around the world. Where's Croatia? We're here, we're doing well. Croatia doing well. France being the lowest one. France being the lowest one when it comes to whether we should be building partnerships with countries outside European Union. Holy shit. Bro, what? Nah, Croatia based though. Croatia based. We're doing well. We're doing well. Who has the most total disagrees? Just France. What? Fucking traitors. In addition, 69% believe European Union has sufficient power and tools to defend economic interests of Europe in the global economy. Croatia having a bit too much hope. I'm not too happy about this. Frenchies, I actually in this one I maybe agree more with the side of Frenchies. I'm not too positive about the power or tools of European Union. I think they should be strengthened. Maybe though actually I could agree that they are strong enough, but strong enough to sufficiently do something, but not as strong as I would want them to be. Levels of trust in European Union have considerably risen in most candidate countries since winter 2022-23. The highest levels of trust are observed in Albania, Bosnia, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Moldova, Turkey, and Serbia. Serbia has plus 2% of trust in European Union. Turkey has plus 12? Why? Okay, but why? 12? What did we do to Turkey? Economic perceptions have significantly improved. 45% of respondents now think that the situation of the European economy is good, slightly outweighing the number thinking it's bad. 40% describe the economic situation in their own country as good, 58% as bad. Okay, look, I'm Balkan. I'm not really a person to be asking about these types of things. In Balkan, at any point, you are supposed to be angry about the economic state of your country, regardless of how the economic state is, okay? So, like, we're getting better and better and better in our economy, in the paychecks we're giving to people, in workers' rights and everything. We're doing well, but you are supposed to be complaining anyways. That's the point of existing. 55% of Europeans think that European Union recovery plan worth 800 billion euros can be an effective measure to respond to the current economic challenges. Support for single currency remains very high, based. I support this. Inflation. Wait. Two most important issues facing European Union at the moment. Ooh. Rising prices, inflation, cost of living, international situation, immigration. Oh damn, look at these. So the responses for rising prices, inflation plummeted by 5 points. international situation plummeted by 3 points. Immigration has risen by 7 points. European Union? Yes, European Union is amazing. European Union is amazing. Our minimum wages have risen substantially since we joined European Union. Hey, energy supply minus 10 points. Because at this point we were worried about Russian gas. But we are also battling corruption much more efficiently. We are now having common economic goals, which also works. We are getting lots of funds from European Union, which is doing an incredible job in improving the infrastructure. Yeah, mobile data roaming, that too. Having, to be honest, just like, I like having a single currency. I was kind of sussy about the whole thing for a while. I wasn't really too big of a fan of euros. But now that we have euros, I'm a big fan. I'm a huge fan. We had German tourists today here in the village. They were just paying in euros. Everything was all right. It was so cool. Like, I'm having fun. Recently, I found €1 from like Netherlands. It was one of the like special anniversary euros. Yeah, it kind of feels fucking fun to be, I don't know, sharing the currency and just seeing the designs of other countries in your own wallet. You know what I mean? I don't know. So I like that. I like the fact that it's easier right now to cross the borders. I like it's easier to gain employment in other European Union countries. I'm just a big fan of it. I think European Union is doing a great job. If you follow the work of European Union Parliament, it's also doing an okay job. I wouldn't say a great job, because I do think we should have been smarter about voting for who we put in European Parliament. But so far, I think they're doing great. Biljana Borzan, for example, is amazing. Biljana Borzan has done amazing things for Europe, for Croatia itself. She's amazing on every scale. I truly hope she keeps on having her position. I think having common defense policy is really, really, really good. Overall, European Union just like seems very, very beneficial, and I see no downsides. So I'm just supportive, to be honest. But the biggest thing that I think you can feel on your local level is European Union projects. So, you know, try to pay attention for those of you who are in European Union, unless you're from Hungary. But yeah, Erasmus, stuff like Erasmus, yeah, absolutely amazing. We have 3 small farmers here right now, which have opened their own business because they got funds from European Union, and they're doing really, really well with the business right now. Whenever you go to like these village places, for example, here in my village and then in another village nearby, there's like 2 small beauty shops that have been opened with money from European Union. There's a bakery that has been opened with money from European Union. My relative is opening up a bar with money from European Union. Cultural spots are getting funding from European Union. We are having more cultural events. We just commented today on how many concerts we're having, and the concerts are directly funded by European Union funds. They're giving you a lot of cash money to kind of be moving your country forward, and I'm a big fan of it. I truly am. I think it's making a huge, huge change. Actually, I'm planning to go to one of them, one specifically, because the other one is held by Hungarians, and I am not going there out of protest. I am not paying cash money to be beautified by a Hungarian. But the other one actually seems based. Oh yeah, supporting local businesses. It's amazing. I don't know if you've noticed, like in Osijek, for example, but several stores in Osijek have just local business produce on their shelves. How cool is that? Yeah, food safety standards also fucking based. So I don't know. Motherfuckers wanted one reason, got completely wrecked. European Union is amazing. It's genuinely amazing. Like as a organization, I don't know. It's doing well. It's absolutely doing well. Geopolitical power of European Union, that too, holy shit, we would be worthless. We would be fucking worthless if we were not in European Union. That also, we would not be able to make any decisions. Oh shit, yeah, definitely. Negative, my tax money is going to Croatia. You spelled positive wrongly. Okay, that's a positive thing actually. That's a good thing. How dare you? Everyone is an American and it's always supporting local businesses. Oh, that too, that too. Yeah, I guess. Because here the biggest competition to local business is American shit. So in America, you probably don't have that issue, you know? It's not like, oh, I go to a store. Am I going to buy something local American or something French? No, you just buy American. So I see that. Fucking over big tech companies from US. Yeah, as much as I feel kind of sad over the fact we don't have, what's the app? Threads by Instagram? Like I can't use it because I'm in European Union and it kind of sucks. At the same time, there's happiness I feel, you know, whenever I see European Union is fucking over these companies. I'm like, yeah, create more problems for these rich fuckers. I just feel enjoyment. McDonald's, we don't have McDonald's. Domino's is opening in Osijek, by the way, though. Domino's is soon to be opening. I'm hyped about it. We're actually having windy weather, by the way. I'll have to close the windows. Start soon enough, you think? Non-chronological, and you see shit of people you don't follow. Wait, isn't there the ability to prioritize shit of people you do follow? Domino's fucks. Crust is unreal. Really? I don't know. I've never tried it. I've seen it in memes. I'm hyped because my brother is in Germany. And in Germany, he has Domino's nearby. I've never went there to try it. But he sends me, they have little packages you get in Domino's to put on your pizza. And it's like spicy paprika. And it's really good. And it's really, really spicy. So I'm kind of hyped because of that reason only. I just want to go there and get my spicy pizza. I'm really hyped for that. But I don't know. Nothing else. Because it still isn't opened. So they have like the place where it's going to be is reserved. But it still hasn't been opened. So why would you want Domino's? Just because of the memes, to be honest. I want to see if it's good. I'm interested. We have good pizzas around, but I'm interested. What's the location? Oh, it's the new mall thing that has opened in Osijek. Close to Pevex. Close to that location. You know where Pevex is? Where stadium is? It would have been... Yeah, that part of the city. There was a new... like... park thing. Yeah, and in the park thing, there's a building which is going to be Domino's. The windows says Domino's. But it wasn't opened last time I was there. I don't know if it's open now. Osijek like that, just with capital letter. Exactly like that. If you wanna get killed in Croatia, you spell it like this. Because that's the Serb way of saying it, and then someone's gonna bury you 10 feet underground. 1,000 feet underground, next to those secret NATO bunkers we have. Oh, you're in Eurospin. Hey, nice. Thank you for joining, Philip. Thank you. Because of how much side orders that they had to offer, and they just dropped the pizza part in their name. Oh, I'm interested. I'm just interested in Domino's, to be honest. Because, like, McDonald's, for example, I'm not a fan of McDonald's. I think McDonald's is mostly shit, but they sometimes have offers which are really good. Like right now, the local ones, they have hamburgers with chili. Really, really good. Really spicy, strongly spicy. So I'm happy, right? But like usually, McDonald's is shit. So most of the time, it's useless to go there unless the offer is really, really, really good. So that's kind of how I'm seeing it. By the way, gonna move for a second just to kind of shut the windows lightly because there's wind outside and I hear it carrying around papers. So give me a second. Gonna start. Let me see. Russia's currency. Be back in a sec.
For most of the last year, Russia's currency, the ruble, has fared better than expected. Having collapsed to a historic low of 140 ruble per dollar in the immediate aftermath of the invasion, It then recovered to a high of 56 per dollar in April, before stabilizing at about 60 per ruble for most of the last year. However, in the past few months, the ruble has started steadily declining, falling to 70 ruble per dollar in February, then 80 in April, before reaching an 8-year low of nearly 95 per dollar this week, after Wagner's attempted coup. So in this video, we're going to have a look at what's happened to the ruble recently, why it's declined, and what this might mean for both Russia's economy and the war in Ukraine. Before we start, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing and ringing the bell to stay in the loop and be notified when we release new videos. So, before we get into its recent decline, let's start with a bit of context. When sanctions were first introduced in Russia in the immediate aftermath of Putin's invasion of Ukraine, many analysts expected them to cripple the Russian economy. After all, these sanctions were unprecedented. They included freezing Russian central bank assets, expelling a shot of Russian banks from SWIFT, and individual sanctions on Russian elites, and even Putin himself. In the first few weeks, Russia's economy looked precariously close to collapse. The Russian central bank was forced to more than double interest rates. Russia closed its stock market indefinitely, and Russia's currency...
We're having rain!
...collapsed to an
There's
all-time low of
rain?
150
There's bits of rain
per
happening?
However, unfortunately for the West, the
I'm so
Russian
happy.
economy and the ruble actually fared better than expected. That's not to say...
Shut up. Blue eyes. Volume mute. Wait, I need to save this. I need to save that. I need to save that. Never saw that site before. Saving it is my favorite. Whoa, thank you. Oh, thank you, thank you. Holy shit. Zagreb. Wait, do they have Osijek stuff? Ah, okay. I'll have to look into this. Holy shit, thank you so much. Thank you. In European Union, when an American restaurant shows up, it's always awful. But when I take my European Union friends to the real American place, it's 1,000 times better. Yeah, I imagine it's like with, you know how like European food, if you eat it in Europe, it's kind of like different than the American versions of the food. Not always better or worse though, because I've heard that, for example, pizzas in America are really, really good. I've heard that pizzas in America are like genuinely very, very well made. I imagine it's like wine in America. I've heard that wine in America is really, really, really good too. Farted into the wind 10 minutes ago. Could you smell it just now? Oh, that's what it was. I opened the windows to see the rain outside and I was like... Dinner places in Croatia, acceptable. Much better in Germany. Much better in Germany, much stronger culture. And because of this, much better. Truly, like, I was in Germany, I was eating so well. I was eating so fucking well. You people have a strong culture of just having really, really good Turkish small shops everywhere. I love you people for that. We don't really have that here as much. We have like cevapi. We got some food around, but I don't think anything is like coming close, to be honest. I don't want to make Croatians angry. It's just that, you know, when I'm going outside here, I'm like, what do I want to eat? I go to few places every time and that's it. And in Germany, it always felt like I can have much different choices. We can see you eat well. Thank you. I actually was trying to intentionally fatten myself up in the last few months as a experiment. And now I have realized that I'm like trying to get back fit and it doesn't really work. Yeah, I was like, I wanted to see if I'm gonna grow some titties. And then I've learned that, first of all, yes, but second of all, you kind of get mushy in other places too. You can't just get fat in your titties. It happens all over. And I'm trying to remove the all over part. but I don't know how to do it without again being flat. So basically I'm having problems right now, Madid. I'm having problems right now, okay? I brought myself to like, you know, another problematic situation. Wait, what was the European Union message, by the way? I wanted to see that one and then I missed it. Oh, what do you mean all allegations? Are you claiming that European Union funds being given to countries are allegations? Are you not able to follow European Union projects close to you? What are you talking about? In France, we produce electricity for 40 euro kilowatt. We sell it to European market for that price and rebuy it 10 times high price. Many bakeries and companies closed because of that. I feel like you wouldn't need to prove that that's why they closed, because I feel like that's full of shit. I feel like that's bullshit. That's the way I'm seeing it. We had a situation here where we had businesses claiming that they closed because of European Union, and it never was because of European Union if you ever looked into it. It never was, how to say this in nice ways, it never was because European Union fucked up a proper business. It was because European Union laws and regulations brought out the fact that a lot of businesses are fucked up and existing without being worth existing. So they closed down. We did have restaurants that closed in recent years. We had restaurants that closed because either they were cheating on how much they paid for electricity, they were getting their bills lowered because they were close to the, you know, parts of government or whatever, shit like that. They were paying lesser taxes, they were cheating on the taxes, stuff like this. We did have businesses closing technically because of European Union, but it wasn't, the real reason wasn't European Union being bad, it was that rules and regulations were finally being followed and respected. And in that way, I think European Union is good. I don't think every business deserves to be existing. Even now, there's conversations. We just passed a law that retail shops don't work on Sundays. Some Sundays, not all Sundays, but like some Sundays, right? And there's already conversations, some stores are going to have to close down because they can't work on Sundays. It is absolutely a situation where the shop was able to exist because it was not paying its workers properly. It was cheating them on cash money. I personally know of 2 cases of small family shops nearby cheating on not paying their employees at all. So the employees would be working all days of the week and the shop was claiming it's giving them 1 free day. Basically in each week the shop would be cheating you out of 1 day that you're supposed by law to have free, and they didn't allow you to have this free day. And now that the government has pushed this law that a shop can't work on Sunday at all, this free day is mandated. You have to have a free day. It has to be Sunday. No shops can work on specific Sundays. And because of this, some shops will be having problems because now a free day is actually going to be happening. So they will be losing the extra they gained by usually working and not reporting it properly. Stuff like that. So yeah, personally, I think some businesses will close because of this. I think they deserve to be closed. I don't think there's a tragedy in closing down businesses that are unprofitable at all. I don't think there's a problem with that. This is, you know, how to say it? We have free market. There's really good chances for everyone to open their business. There's a lot of competition on the market. Some of the competition is going to fall off in the process. I'm absolutely okay with that. As what was that message? How much does the bakery make anyway if the energy bill is the thing that kills it? Fucking based. Fucking based. It's already making no money. Like, come on. Why are you existing as a business? Close down as a business. So, yeah, I'm okay with some businesses dying down. I don't think there's anything tragic about it. I don't care about it too much, personally. French people thinking they would be better off outside European Union. That too. Like, bro, come on. We already barely are able to tolerate your existence. If we were not tied to you monetarily, holy shit. I think everyone, Le Pen, I think everyone said that, how to say this? I think Brexit has shown to us that leaving European Union would be an idiot decision, to say it in the best way possible. And I think as a result, every reasonable politician of European Union supports staying in European Union, because there's no way for you to support leaving European Union without people being like, do we want to see Brexit? Do we want to see that? All of your gear is ready. Holy shit! Wait, when are you leaving? Very, very soon, right? Oh shit! Sell a piece of your ass for $500. Fucking based, actually. 18th. That's now. 5 days. Oh, good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. There's a boob job that takes fat from your own body, like ass and back fat, and adds it to tits. GoPro footage. 40 plus people going. Holy shit, good GoPro footage. We'll be waiting for it. We'll be cheering for you. Talking about GoPro footage, do we have... Hey, shit, I still haven't shown you anything I've saved for today. I haven't shown you shit I've saved for today. I've saved this for today. Apart from the other things that I've saved, but I've saved this for today, and I feel like I need to show this to you. Talking about mysterious Russian soul, I felt like this was a really, really good conversation to have. There's this amazing play. It was written in 1944, and it was written by Evgeny Schwartz. The play is called The Dragon, and it was supposed to be mocking the way totalitarian societies work. So in the play, there's this hero that walks into a town, and the town is being controlled by a dragon. So the hero is there, and he's like, oh, holy shit, guys, I'm going to slay this dragon so you people can be free. You're being fully controlled by this dragon. And townspeople are like, no, it's actually okay. It's actually okay. Like, we got used to being controlled by this dragon. And the dragon sometimes even does good things for us. So we're chill with the dragon. We're okay with the dragon. And cueing the whole conversation, at one point, the hero has a conversation with the dragon himself. And the dragon talks to him about how easy it is to weaken human souls and to make them... obedient, bendable. I want to say bendable more. At one point, he describes how he has human souls of every kind in the city. He has human souls without limbs, human souls without backbone, human souls who have been broken in so many different ways. All of them are in the city because, in his words, when you break a human body, you break the person fully. But when you break a human soul, you just make it more bendable. It's just easier to bend it in the future, and that's what he has been doing. So the whole thing is the town likes being controlled by the dragon because the town got used to being controlled by this dragon. But the hero is still, fucking weirded out by the whole situation. So he goes and he slays the dragon. And then what happens is the townspeople start seeing him as the dragon. The townspeople start trying to praise him as like the new leader. So he's like, oh shit, this is not what I wanted. He leaves. The second act of the play closes, and you don't know if the hero is even like alive at this point. He just like disappears. He returns to the city again in the third act, and what happened is the city's mayor is now the new dragon. The city mayor is now the man leading the whole town. And he has created this false narrative that he is the one who actually slain the original dragon. And the hero of the story lied about this. It closes down with the hero of the story being like, okay, the way to free the town, obviously killing the dragon himself wasn't enough. I need to kill the dragon in every single one of these townspeople. And that is how the play closes. And it was supposed to be a comment on how societies allowing totalitarianism, societies complicit with totalitarianism, are not going to change if you remove the totalitarian leader. It was a comment on Russian political situation at the time, right? So you have a totalitarian leader and you get rid of him and you just find a new one. You didn't actually become free from a leader. You just replaced him with someone else. Yeah, I saw the one on You Will Become What You Were Fighting too. It was published like these days, right? The analysis. I actually learned about the story from this one. The thing was that in Soviet way of thinking, this play, like first off, it was a very, very strong play. It was written at the time Russia was under leadership of totalitarians. So it was a very, very strong play to write at the time. It was a very strong commentary on the society at the time. But yes, part of the imagery of the story is that you will become what you are fighting. Because the hero of the story, by slaying the dragon, he became the dragon, first unwillingly, because the townspeople started seeing him as a dragon, and then later he became the dragon fully, by putting it upon himself, the duty to slay the dragon in all of the townspeople. He gave himself the right to do something like this. He thought he was doing a good act. In his eyes, it was a good act. But still, it gave him the power over the people. Yeah. It made him into the dragon. And basically, the story was being used as to how, in Soviet way of thinking, this idea of like, if you fight against the evil, you will become evil itself. It stayed, and we see the shadow of this myth in how people are today commenting on Ukrainians fighting the Russians. The whole, if you remember, what's his name? Holy shit, I completely blacked out on the dude. I'm going to remember it. But the dude who said that by mocking the death of a Russian soldier, you become a villain. By mocking the death of Russian soldiers who have died while invading Ukraine, you are taking away your own humanity and you are becoming evil. This is a shadow of the myth of if you try to slay the dragon, you will become the dragon himself. There is no chance for you to escape the evil. There is no way to fight the evil without becoming evil itself. It is supposed to, in a way, completely discourage you from attempting to fight against the evil, because attempt to fight the evil by itself is making you into something evil. So yeah, I thought it was a really, really interesting analysis, and also a really interesting thing to bring up if we ever talk about, you know, the mysterious Russian soul. I thought the play was really, really interesting. Ruined the play? I'm sorry. I'm sorry for that. You heard it from a Russian blogger? Oh, nice. I read about it just before the stream. Just before... Arestovich. It was about Arestovich and how he made the claim that by mocking the death of a Russian in Egypt, you have successfully removed your own sense of humanity. You have become what you are fighting against. What do you mean French farmers are dying because of the European market? What are you talking about? That is such a dramatic fucking claim. Holy shit. What do you mean French farmers are dying because of it? Culturally a good Russian? Either die a hero or live long enough to become a villain. Yeah, that too. French problem I'm too American to give a shit about. It doesn't even sound like a real French problem, to be honest. It sounds like one of those dramatic problems that people make up because they like pushing their political views using shit that has no correlation to actual events. Teachers who punish the bully and the victim both for fighting back in school. Like, what, you want him to just take punches to the face and do nothing? Oh shit, yeah, that too. Like, what is the expected outcome? I remember this event we had in school once of like a kid who reported the bully for being a bully to the teachers, and they were mocked by the teachers for being a little pussy. It's like, what do you want them to do? what else could they be doing? Because, like, for example, my brother at one point, he was a victim of bullying. He did beat up a person who was bullying him, and he also got treated badly by the teachers. So they don't like it when you report the bullies, they don't like it when you answer to the bullies. I don't really know what they want you to do at all, to be honest. So yeah. Oh yeah. After the Bolshevik Revolution, he joined the White Sword under Kornilov. Oh, Rasta one done. Nice. They commit suicides because of European Union. French farmers commit suicides because of European Union open markets. Bro. Maybe you shouldn't be having a private farm if it's so shit that being a part of an open market makes the business so unprofitable you are willing to commit suicide. Maybe you're just a shit farmer. Just, holy crap, how the fuck would that even have that sort of an effect? And like, listen, I'm absolutely saying this from the position of me living in a fucking village, being surrounded by farmers upon farmers upon farmers. Dude, nah, that's absolutely just them like being shit and doing business. No chance is European Union having that sort of an effect. How the fuck would it have that sort of an effect? I'm absolutely okay becoming dragons just instead of Ukrainians. Liberate Russians from life. I think the whole premise of Ukrainians becoming evil, fighting evil is wrong. I think that by itself should be, in a way, condemned. I think that by itself should be called out. Your products are the low-cost farm products driving Frenchies into suicide. Oh, shit, yeah, that too. Oh, I would feel bad. Look, I have a joke, but it's a cruel thing to say. I looked like a bully in school, but I was a massive nerd. I was too busy looking at Star Wars shit. I was actually similar, because I was refusing to have contact with people, and people thought that I hated them, and I never actually hated them. I wasn't really a human person. You know, a human person sounds bad, but I didn't really care about being surrounded by people, you know. So I kind of liked being alone. I liked having my books, I liked reading, I liked drawing, I liked just being by myself. I feel like I'm an introvert fully, even now. Like, sometimes I talk to people and I figure that, you know, how there's a introvert, extrovert themselves are not like real boxes to put people into. There's a huge like gray area between them, and most people fall into the huge gray area between. This is why one of the Barnum statements for people is that sometimes you enjoy being an introvert and sometimes you enjoy being an extrovert, because everyone falls for it, because it's true for everyone. You're somewhere on the gray spectrum. I feel like I'm like very, very close to the introvert part though, because I'm truly just okay being alone. I'm enjoying it. I don't know, I don't miss people. High quality norms that other European countries don't respect, so they can sell at lower cost. Well, that in the first place, wouldn't that mean that France itself is causing the issue by having higher quality norms than other European countries? Because like other European countries have to follow European Union norms. If France is choosing to have higher norms than the European Union norms, that's the thing for France. But also, like again, you're talking about the open markets here. I'm not sure how this would in any way be, like how do you expect this to be improved? What do you want to do? That's what I'm failing to see. What do you want to happen to improve this? Do you think European Union not existing would somehow make people want to buy French products more than buying cheaper products from other states? Because I'm pretty sure that wouldn't happen. Like, what do you think is the alternative that could work apart from making France not be how would I say it, so pedantic. Maybe pedantic is a good way to say it. He'll end up streaming on Twitch or some shit. Oh shit, oh no. Oh no. Those are people, some are genuinely bad, most just have to go to war. Oh no, to dehumanize anyone because of the flag they have to fight under is at best stupid, at worst evil. To be fair though, it's like every single one of them, because of the flag they are under, every single one of them is coming into Ukraine to kill Ukrainians. It's absolutely okay to be happy whenever they get denazified. Maybe stop selling croissants for 7 euros. Holy shit, who sells them for that expensive? Bro. Isn't the issue that the free market makes French people import instead of buying French stuff? Yeah, but like, would this be fixed by not having European Union? Wouldn't you still have international imports? Countries which are not parts of European Union still do export-import trade. It's not like you could ban this fully. Yeah, unless you isolate yourself completely. Imagine looking at the disaster of Brexit and being like, yeah, I want some of that here in La France. Now, you haven't given two examples. You haven't given two examples. You've gave allegations. I'm absolutely not buying into the idea that farmers are committing suicide over European Union. Holy shit. I'm definitely not buying into that idea. Oh, the Frenchies. Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Close borders, taxes will restore the profits. Even then, though, even if you buy into that theory, even if you buy into that theory, what's stopping France from just not importing as much? I'm pretty sure whatever is stopping, whatever you think would be stopping France from importing in that situation is the same thing that could stop France from importing now. Yeah, like France would need to choose to not import. It would need to choose to have regulations set so it doesn't import as many products from outside. This is something that we are dealing with right now too. We export a lot of products and we import a lot of cheaper products, right? And this is something that government regulation has to be dealing with. And in a world without European Union, this is also something that government regulations would have to be dealing with. There's nothing stopping France from just fixing this now, working on fixing this now. Need to wall up? Yeah. I'm sick of bitches posting selfies from Paris on my Instagram. Okay, actually, I buy into that, yeah. Everything French must be removed. Requires that you follow the rules. You can't add taxes to imports while being in European Union. You can encourage your local producers to have their products being sold in your own country. Like, we're doing that now. Again, this is an issue that Croatia is having to deal with, and we're actually dealing with it. So from my position right now, I'm seeing Frenchies as even more of bitches than I used to see them before. We're dealing with the same issue. We're trying to fix it. I'm not really sure nor certain why France wouldn't just also be trying to fix the same issue. We're having a specific, what's the word? Yeah, you can say buy local stuff, guys. Yeah, you actually can do that. You can encourage local production. You can write more European Union projects so that local producers get more funds to be starting local businesses, which is what we are doing. You can have local products be specifically marked in stores so people know their local products, which is also something that we are doing. You can be offering more grants and funds to local businesses to encourage them to be making more shit, which is also something that we are doing. You absolutely can be trying to solve this issue domestically. So, you know, I'm not really seeing why you would be unable to work on fixing this. Guess United States gotta pump all these funds into Croatia and definitely increase military spending and open the door more for weapons for them. Thank you, thank you, thank you. By the way, I need to see this. Holy shit. Putin said Russia is ready to discuss security guarantees. By the way, don't trust the fuckers for a second. For a second. He commented on NATO summit. Russia isn't against Ukraine discussing security guarantees as long as Russia's security is ensured. Oh shit, see? Don't trust the fuckers for a second. Bro, I know what's happening in France. You're in all of the news. Do you think people don't know what's happening in France? Frenchies have protests every few years where they burn shit down. It's literally, at this point, part of French culture to be having huge protests. Your people used to be beheading your own fucking leaders. The last execution by guillotine in France happened while, like, Star Wars the movie came out. Your people are fucking wild. I don't know why you think anyone would be surprised by the fact France is burning, especially not if we also include the fact that France is having huge riots lately because of police killing a teenager. I'm not really sure why you would see that as an issue connected to farmers dying. So I'm not really sure what you're doing with, like, trying to connect this with because I'm also not buying that. Massive a nation. They're doing, to be honest, they're doing like okay, they're being very, very strong, but they definitely do have a great understanding of the power of a nation in politics, which is why they do huge protests regularly and which is why these protests work. So, you know, I wouldn't really be bitching about the fact France is burning. It's normal for Frenchies to be burning, and it's even, I think, quite impressive Frenchies are willing to be burning shit down in order to get political changes that they want. It's not necessarily the worst thing ever. All countries meddle with the agriculture and farm economies. This makes their functioning unstable. Very real problem is the way the land gets killed by agricultural malpractice. Unsustainable ways to get food destroy the world in the long run. There should be more sustainable ways to get food. Oh, I see that. Which is something that we could be fixing by respecting European Union regulations. So that's what I'm hoping to see. The government is fine. People gotta burn and kick shit over because of the retirement age going up by 2 years. I like genuinely support them doing that shit to get the retirement age back to what they like. Denuncia? I'm getting this. I'm getting this. ANCAP and pro-regulation. Oh, it's a thing I've learned very, very early in my journey as a person looking into politics. When it comes to anarchists, a lot of the things they're saying make no fucking sense at all. They're like, at least some of them are trying their best, to be fair. So that's like acceptable. But yeah. A lot of anarchists don't know how to explain their views. One question, let me know. Maybe we can get Putin to go denazify France. Oh, No. Frenchies would be waving their national flag in like a day. UNCAPs at least makes sense if you completely ignore the current state of the world. UNCAP is just dumb. I don't know. To me, it's like none of them make sense. I can't figure out either. I can't figure out anyone. It feels like when questioned in any sort of a way, they don't know how to respond to anything, which is actually something that you get from a lot of people into these very, how would I say it? I don't know if I want to say weird political factions, but kinda is. I feel like many people just like them for the vibes and they don't really understand what they mean. Which is why a lot of them will, you know, say very, very stupid shit and then ignore very specific questions when they are being asked. It's because they don't really know. They haven't taken this ideology as their own because they actually believe it's the best one. They've taken it as their own because either they like saw some YouTubers talking about it or they saw some streamers talking about it. They basically like the vibes of it. They like the idea of it. So for me, I'm just not really taking all of it seriously, you know? Burning half the country isn't gonna fix it, just gonna make it worse. Government gotta pay out of pocket to fix the damages, so in return they raise taxes to pay it off. I mean, usually they have budgets, so as far as I know, there has not really been a situation in which they needed to raise the taxes specifically to fix the problems created by the riots. Usually you have sufficient budgets to be dealing with this sort of an issue, which, you know, also for me it's like an okay thing. I think riots are acceptable in some situations. I'm not inherently opposed to rioting. I think it's a very situational thing, definitely. Holy shit, I misclicked. I misclicked on everything. Shark Week schedule is out. Well, should we be doing Shark Week? Should we be doing the Shark Week on this stream too? When does it start? 23rd? Starts next Sunday, right? Nice, we need to do Shark Week. Lots of politicians are corrupt, some of the budget money gets pocketed. Oh yeah, sure. You know, there's like, how to say this? There's side conversations to be having on these types of issues, but like overall I'm not opposed to rioting. I'm not opposed to burning shit down if you disagree with the way government is doing something, especially if the mentioned government has been ignoring some issues for a very, very long time. I am okay with certain violent actions being taken. I'm okay with like Molotov cocktails being used in certain occasions. I'm just okay with certain violence being used when it comes to a population revolting against the government. At the same time, obviously it's like a situational thing and there's like a lot of side points to be bringing up. Do you agree NATO sending jets to Ukraine will be enough of a reason for Russia to use nukes? No, what the fuck? No. Absolutely not. I don't think there's going to be any justification for Russia to be using nukes. Like, no one's attacking Russia. No one's threatening Russia itself. No, I don't think they have an excuse to be using nukes. I don't think they will be using nukes in the first place. I absolutely don't think they will be doing that. But also I don't think they have any sort of justification to be doing that. Okay with French rioting over increase of retirement age? Yeah, sure. If the population feels so strongly about it, absolutely I'm okay with them staging a popular uprising against the government as is what they did. I think that's okay. Just because Ukraine is adding more to the Air Force doesn't call for nuclear response, especially because like no one's threatening Russia itself. you know, so yeah. They could say they were attacked if shit on Crimea starts. Oh, that too. It's a valid argument in a way that, like, if they believed Crimea was actually theirs, they could see it as an attack on Russia. I think in that situation it comes to, like, when you ask a person whether their use of a nuke would be justified, I think you're also asking whether you think Crimea is Russian. Because I don't think the claim that Crimea is Russian would be justified or realistic. Therefore, I don't believe they would be justified in feeling threatened if Crimea gets liberated by Ukraine. Therefore, I don't feel like their use of a nuke would be justified if Crimea is in the process of liberation. So, you know, it's like from the start, I'm like just pissing all over Russian arguments for this. If I ever find myself in a situation where I see a sleeping Russian, I'll draw a dick on his forehead in permanent marker and snap a pic. Based. Can't wait to see the photo evidence. They believe other parts of Ukraine belong to them anyways. Yeah. This is a part though where I'm like, oh, I don't take Russians seriously in anything they say. Oh shit, yeah, true. Now that you mention it being a war crime, I can imagine Arestovich looking at it and being like, Hikes, you have lost your sense of humanity, actually, by drawing a humongous dick on this man's forehead. You have become the same inhuman entity as he is. You, by taking this marker and drawing a penis, are no different, really, than a man supporting a genocide of an entire nation. There is no difference morally between you two. Zelensky, 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10, fucking amazing, doing really good work, being a great leader. I'm absolutely okay with everything he's been doing so far. I think he's good on that position. Immediate press conference response to it. He's going to smirk, he's going to do the thing with like Budanov's going to make a video where he's just like staring at the camera. And that's it. Considering the supply of about 100 armored personnel carriers to Ukraine. Thank you, Bulgaria. You are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper. You are the legend. Oh, Bulgaria wants to dispose their BTR-60s in order to receive US replacements to strengthen their own defensive capabilities. Nice. Based. Yeah, I definitely hope they do this. Thank you. Artillery, which one? Was it recent? Was there something recently on this? I've read about the deliveries. I've read Biden saying that artillery should be prioritized. Don't know if there was anything else I've seen the last few days over it. Ukraine's artillery might be winning the war with Russia. What? 2.5 million shells per year. Nice. I hope Ukraine gets every single one. Russian doctrine subordinates other forces, tank infantry to the big guns. Mechanized forces punch holes in enemy defenses, pinning down enemy troops so the artillery can finish them off. Anti-tank missiles slowed the Russians down, but what killed them was our artillery. So okay, you need to give more artillery to Ukraine. Let's go. All of European Union selling old stuff, buying our new American equipment. Based. That's too based. Nice ads. Hey! I'm absolutely okay with it as long as it helps Ukraine.
операції. Лише один дрон може вирішити, чи будете ви жити, чи помрете. І докази цього ми можемо бачити кожного дня на лінії зіткнення. Під час проведення дорозвідки з використанням БПЛА одного з островів на Дніпрі був виявлений особовий склад супротивника, який переміщувався в місце розміщення свого спостережного пункту. Завдяки дрону вдалося побачити навіть, що вони переносили якийсь предмет. Ймовірно, це був окопний реп або антидронова рушниця. Після зв'язок із засобами повітряної розвідки...
I understand not a single word here.
Противник здійснив пересадку з несправного човна та з втратами почав переміщення. Внаслідок застосування FPV-дронів було знищено один човен, ще один пошкоджено, вбито одного військовослужбовця та поранено ще
USA
4.
military industrial complex is fucking based.
Технологіям вдається здійснювати спеціальні операції та
Hey, talking about that, shit, wait, let me play this.
життя нашим воїнам.
What do you mean people refuse to believe it? What are you talking about? Who the fuck refuses to believe it? The hell was that? What did I want to show you? What did I want to show you? There was a post. Fuck, who saw the post? I don't know where I saw it. Can't speak Ukrainian yet. I'm actually... Oh, found a post. I'm learning Ukrainian on Duolingo. I'm trying, okay? It's hard, but I'm trying. I'm attempting. It's... So far it's doing rather well, because so far it's easy, because most of the basic words sound very similar to Croatian, plus there's an added benefit of knowing Croatian grammar. I actually, like, if you have Duolingo, if you use Duolingo to learn languages, I kind of suggest you go try out Ukrainian. It's been really interesting. There's like, when it comes to the way they use verbs, you kind of intuitively know which verb ending is correct. They don't have the same verb endings as we have on all words, but like you just kind of figure it out relatively easily. I don't know, I like that. It feels very easy. So far it's mostly been like vocabulary. So vocabulary is relatively hard, different, quite different, right? So there's words that you need to learn, but when it comes to grammar, I find their grammar to be relatively easy. So because of that, it's mostly just vocabulary learning, and I like that. So I don't know, I like it. But this, Ukrainian volunteers created Trembita, a simple and cheap people's missile. It has a sufficient radar cross-section and visible heat rays to be recognized by enemy air defense radars as a priority target. A salvo launch of 20 missiles will allow you to overcome the enemy's anti-aircraft defense. The engine is extremely easy to make and runs on regular gasoline. Significant engine noise is a concomitant, what the fuck is that word? Psycho-emotional impact factor for the personnel of the aggressor's units. Basically, they made a drone designed to overwhelm the enemy, so you could fuck them in the ass easier. As far as I know, right now, it's still being in the process of crowdfunding, planning to be crowdfunded, something like that. But overall, seems really, really, really promising. Why not just use loop? Too easy. Too easy, too easy. This is more enjoyable. Wait, what did I not click on? What did I not click on? Okay, went through most. Nice. Saddam was hiding in a bunker. We just grabbed a giant steel rod, shoved a fuck ton of explosives, while Finns made the first ever bunker buster. Holy shit. Very USA out of you. Very USA out of you to be saying that. Germany. Hey, what did Germany give recently? Germany gave us 2 new Patriot launchers. Is that what it was? Is that what it was? Air defense system, Patriot with missiles? Yeah, I think we got 2 Patriot launchers, as far as I've understood it. But thank you, Germany. You are my best friend. And then there's what they are planning. Okay, so these are the things they already gave. These are the things they are planning. Oh, 295 generators, mobile heating systems, ambulances. Bro. Wool blankets, sleeping bags. Tents! You remember that person we had in chat who said that Euromaidan had to be organized by the West because people on Euromaidan had tents and there was no way that Ukrainians would be able to organize tents. They're probably like looking at this and being like, a tent? Once more. This is like they are mocking us with their cruelty. Nauru hasn't given a shit to Ukraine. Such bastards. Yeah, actually true, actually true. Nauru, come on, do something. Do something. Do something. Germany? Ripped their last nuclear reactor. Oh, that one. Oh, yeah. Germany is doing interestingly when it comes to their energy production. But they are trying to go for renewables. So I'm kind of, you know, I think as long as they're trying to move away from Russian resources, I think they're doing well. So I'm kind of okay with them. I'm kind of GG. I'm kind of GG with that. 1,200 hospital beds. Holy shit, my dear. Come on. Germany is counting the war to end to suck Putin's gas again. Oh yeah, definitely, definitely. One of big benefits about Nord Stream 2 being blown the fuck up, it's the fact it's going to be a bit harder for Western Europe to go and suck off Russians again. It's a huge benefit, my dudes. It's a huge benefit. These fuckers were just waiting for Russia to go and genocide Ukraine as quickly as possible so they could keep on getting Russian gas. And now with Nord Stream 2 being blown the fuck up, even though it wasn't doing too much, it still didn't get the regulatory confirmation, documentation. Basically, Eastern Europe correctly pointed out that maybe we shouldn't be putting it into action because it's going to be used to allow Russia to butcher more people. So Eastern Europe wasn't allowing for it to be put into action, and luckily it was never put into action because then it got exploded. But, you know, it's a good thing it's gone, because holy shit, if it was not gone, I expect we would be seeing way slower and way weaker responses from some countries. Doubt Germany is going back to Russian gas, given the amount of money being invested into other tech. Yeah, I'm really, really hoping that they manage to create a good enough supply from alternative sources to not need to get Russian gas anymore. I'm really, really hoping for it. I'm not too positive on the whole situation, but like I'm never too positive on the whole situation. I'm never too positive in the help of allies. Just would be nice if they were kind of useful, you know. I can get my gas pretty soon. By the way, this too. Okay, this too. Still talking about the dragon, which we've talked about previously, and now I'm trying to go through my list of things I've saved because I saved a lot of shit for today's stream. Okay. It was simply cheaper. Yeah. They were willing to pay gas partially in the blood of whoever Russia was attacking at the time. So when Russia invaded Georgia, it was like, oh, we can't go and help Georgians. We can't go and condemn Russia for invading Georgia. We need Russian cheap gas. You pay part of the gas in the lives of people Russia is killing. The same thing happened when Russia invaded Crimea. The same thing happened, you know, all of these years until 2022 when Russia actually did a full-scale invasion. All of this time, the gas was really, really cheap because part of it was paid in our allowing of Russian crimes to happen. Oh. Green energy is barely 15% of their production. Yeah, but it could be getting better, right? I think it's getting better recently. I think they're doing okay-ish recently, so I think that's okay. But listen, talking about the dragon, I need to show you this. Which is the specific part on the souls not this one. I need to find the soul part, okay? But this is the part where the townspeople talk about how much they need the dragon, and I thought that one was rather interesting. They're being like, oh yeah, we need the dragon because once our town was threatened by a plague, and at the request of our chief doctor, the dragon breathed fire on the lake, and the water in the lake boiled, and then we could use boiled water, and we were saved from the plague. And then the hero goes, oh, was this a long time ago that the dragon helped you? And a man goes, oh no, it was only 82 years ago. But we do not forget kind deeds. And then the hero goes, okay, what else did the dragon do to help you? And a man from the town goes, oh, he helped us to get rid of the gypsies. And hero of the story goes, why? They're nice people. Why would you see this as a good act? And the townsman goes, oh, they're awful. I've never seen one of them in my life, to be sure. But I learned in school that they are awful people by blood. And the whole like continuation is just them being like, oh yeah, the dragon helped us so much so many years ago. But the dragon helped us so much. And the dragon was really, really helpful, truly. So it makes sense to be under his rule for, I believe it's like 400 years in the play. It makes sense to be under his rule for such a long time. Because after all, you know, sometimes he did some good deeds to help us. The dragon tickled his nuts. I am pro dragon. Methane gas is green energy source to tip the books into painting big countries as eco-friendly and create a new excuse to do nothing useful and just die before the problem becomes overwhelming. Yeah, but like I'm pretty sure methane gas wouldn't be able to be painted as a green energy source unless they actually had evidence for it being one. Like, I'm not mistrusting the regulatory makers that much, to be honest. I don't feel like they would be willing to, not willing, but more so I don't feel like they would be able to completely ignore facts when it comes to this. Especially not if it comes to, like, European Union regulations, which are very, very strict when it comes to these things. Yeah. Oh, that's a cute opinion, by the way. That's a cute, wholesome opinion. Chat, people are being nice to each other. I like that. It's cute. Pros of wearing St. Javelin clothes. You get complimented every time. Vatnik, ass is burning. Oh, by the way, yeah, I got my paycheck today. I'm actually planning to buy something. So if you have recommendations on like your favorite designs, let me know. Or if you bought from some of these shops which actually support Ukrainian causes, let me know if you have basically something. For now, I'm planning to go through St. Javelin and see what they have in the summer collection. So yeah, that is the plan currently. I still haven't gotten the time to do it, to be honest. Like, I came home from the job, did some cleaning, started the stream. But we'll see how it goes. Also, I'm planning to buy a couple of things for the stream too these days. So I'm kind of hyped. Like, right now, I'm relatively happy as a person. Can you imagine? But also, I need to show you all of my links. Oh yeah, I found this thread, and I'm gonna be giving you a link to this thread because I thought it was really, really interesting. It wasn't as filled when I saw it for the first time, as I hope it is right now. I hope there's a lot of new sources being added. But it's about collecting incidents of Russian intimidation and threats in the, like, airspace violations, suspicious submarines, infrastructure sabotage, basically trying to collect the evidence of all the times Russia did some sus things on its borders. I'm planning to compile a list of all of these, and I'm planning to actually steal all of their sources. But I thought this one was really, really interesting. After Obama made a speech in Tallinn, Russians responded with a cross-border raid and kidnapped an Estonian officer who was investigating smuggling. Russia jails Estonian intelligence officer Tallinn says was abducted over the border. They just fucking took him. He was seized and taken across border illegally. Like, come on. Russian court sentenced him to 15 years in prison in a case that Western officials have called a gross violation of international law. Come on. It just fucking happened. All of this time, you see people bitching about, you know, the dangers that NATO has posed to Russia, and we never talk about shit like this. And I really, really want to be saving more of these events. Also, like military-style parade on Norwegian fucking territory on Svalbard. More than 50 vehicles, helicopter and snowmobiles driven by men in military-like uniforms on the 9th of May paraded down the main street. Just, come on. Come on. Says something when Russia was triggered by Obama, while Obama was so soft on Russia. Yeah, that too. I think they're just triggered by the unity of the West. I think that's what scares them the most. It's like, oh, the rest of the world is united. Which is also why one part of their misinformation lately has been to try and put a rift between Ukraine and NATO by commenting on the latest summit. They're trying to create the idea that Ukraine is completely betrayed by NATO because they want to create a rift between our countries. It doesn't really work, but it's kind of interesting to see them try. I've seen NAFO fellas. They have made a whole thread about this one account. It used to be a Russian propaganda account. And then it switched the profile image and the name. And then it started posting how absolutely cruel it was of European states to not let Ukraine into NATO, and how this was betrayal, this was a stab in the back, this was just spitting on the image of unity and everything. And it's like, interesting to see this is your propaganda right now. Hey, please chat in English. Wait, let me see the UN, let me see the UN, let me see the UN. What did the UN do, and how bad is it now? UN office Putin. Oh shit, I saw this! To extend grain deal in exchange for access to SWIFT. Can UN even do this? Because I'm pretty sure they can't. I'm pretty sure they cannot do this. I'm pretty sure this is not their right. Not under their jurisdiction. I don't know. I don't know. Can you do this? Exaggerated post. European Union is merely considering connecting to SWIFT, a subsidiary of Bank, to allow specifically for grain and fertilizer transactions. Bro, come on, it's absolutely going to be used for other means. Holy shit, you never do business with Russians. One golden rule of existence is to never trust a Russian. Okay? Pretending like this is going to be used specifically for grain transactions is absolutely ridiculous. You have to be an idiot to believe in this. Never trust a Russian. Also save this. In a video and interview, relatives of mobilized Russians fighting in southern Ukraine say that the Russian military is not an army, but a prison where men are sent to die like cattle under shelling. Relatives are getting neither pay nor aid from the government. I actually saved 2 different threads on this. Let me try to find the other one. The other one is on how the commanders in Russia are taking bribes to allow people to go for a leave. So they're supposed to be having a few free days regularly. They're not allowed to be having free days at all. Which, you know, for us is relatively goodish because everything shitty happening there is goodish. Also look at this. Coat of arms on the Soviet Union will be replaced by Ukrainian trident.
Ворога. Рівно піднятим мечем вона не робить замах, лише показує, що має силу, а щит демонструє готовність захищати Україну. Щит, який позбудеться радянського клейма.
Look at it. Look at this. That's going to be so cool. That is going to be so cool. Fuck, I forgot to show you so many of these. This one too. Look how wholesome this is.
Це 10-річна Мірая Шираїші, маленька японська зірка, учасниця популярних конкурсів краси і наймолодша волонтерка японської благодійної організації, що опікується Україною. А це 7-річна одеська гімнастка Олександра Паскаль, яка втратила ніжку через ракетний удар Росії. Дізнавшись історію маленької спортсменки з України, японська школярка була розчулена, бо й сама займається гімнастикою. Вона написала Олександрі у соцмережах слова підтримки і так, спілкуючись через перекладач, дівчатка заприятелювали.
Вона приїхала з поїзда, я її зустріла і ми поїхали в центр. Вона крута.
Я побачила Сашу в новинах і була вражена. Я одразу схотіла познайомитися з нею.
Аби підтримати українську публіку, Мірай виходила на вулиці Осаки і Токіо з плакатами. Так зібрала понад $600 і нині передала їх особисто.
She's amazing. She's amazing.
Я боялась приїжджати до України, а от дочка навпаки з нетерпінням чекала цього дня. Все, що вона тут побачить і почує, буде показано на весь світ. Ніхто не повинен забувати про війну в Україні.
Я була просто в окупації в цьому містечку, і я бачила, як там в крило школи прилетів снаряд і почало горіти школа. І потім кадирівці до нас приходили в підвал і казали, що школа зруйнувалася. Я не вірила. А потім нас вивозили в Білорусь на автозаках. То я бачила, що школа стоїть, і я так видихнула. Фух.
Діти показують свою понівечену школу. Тут ще лишилися залишки російських боєприпасів, діри в стінах і в підлозі, і вже 1,5 роки тут ніхто не вчиться.
Oh yeah, Kremlin is absolutely going to be bitching about it.
Поряд із українським класна робота залишає японською. Україна переможе. У сусідній Бучі на чекає інша трагічна історія. У 9 класі на парті однієї з учениць однокласники зібрали цілу виставку її робіт. Коли Аня з мамою ще 2 жінками намагалася виїхати з окупованої Бучі, росіяни безжально розстріляли їхню автівку. Не вижив ніхто.
Я їду у США на конкурс краси, і так як про Україну зараз мало говорять у новинах, я хочу, щоб якомога більше людей дізналися про події, що відбувалися.
Fucking based. Just fucking based. I love them. I don't like this kids, but this is cool. Yeah. Oh shit, this is what I wanted to show you. This is what I wanted to show you. But also this one, Medvedev just being like, oh yeah, NATO Ukraine Council has been created. The council will cease to exist because one of the parties will disappear. My man just fully went out to say that Ukraine is gonna get wiped off the face of the earth. And I don't even know if anyone had a strong reaction to this, and I don't even know how to think about that. Because a part of me is like, okay, maybe we have finally reached a point in which we just see them collectively as so fucking vile that we don't even react by surprise when someone says something like this, you know? Like at this point, it's reached kind of a situation where you see a Russian spreading genocidal rhetoric, and you're like, yeah, this is just what I do. This is just like a part of the culture at this point. I'm not surprised by this. I'm not giving it attention because I expected it. I saw it coming. I don't know how I feel about that, though. I don't know how I feel about kind of normalizing it. But yeah, reports are suggesting Russian commanders are demanding a standard bribe of a month's salary, which is $1,100, to allow their men to go on leave. Those without money or connections are spending months fighting on the front line without being rotated or rested. Japan. Japanese Nazi children meet Ukrainian Nazi child. Oh shit, no, I'm already hearing him. He's like sitting at his table and he's gonna do the well guys, Russia is doing incredibly shitty, and then he does the and has the military gear on, relatively military gear, because he always wears clothes that kind of make him look military but also kind of not. Pyrocynical. Hey, I haven't watched that man in a while. I don't even know what he is doing. The last video I saw him, and I was actually surprised by, was the video in which he explains he's a furry. That I haven't seen a single video afterwards. I think that was enough. Practice of commanders demanding bribes for leave has been reported on previously. If you remember, we read about it previously, but still. Reality suggests it's a widespread scam and that Putin's promise of periodic leave is mostly being ignored. Relatives of mobilized Russians have been complaining for some time that the men have not been allowed their promised leave. In February, Putin promised soldiers would get 14 days leave every 6 months. In reality, men have gone as long as 10 months without leave. It's well established that this has a very bad impact on combat effectiveness. Sustained fighting led to 98% of Western Allied soldiers in World War II becoming psychiatric casualties within 60 days. The Russian army seems to be ignoring this lesson. Relatives of mobilized soldiers from the 1439th Regiment, that is a huge number, complained that their men were being forced to pay bribes of 100,000 rubles to be allowed to go on leave. Radio Free Europe? Yeah, I actually think they're relatively okay-ish, to be honest. I followed the Balkan version of them recently. I didn't really know the Balkan version exists until a couple of days ago, to be honest. What they do specifically reporting for our countries, they're doing okay-ish. So, yeah. No healthcare to pay if the people die in a ditch. True. Which is why they're being left to die in a ditch. The mother of one of the men says that her son has been fighting for 8 months now, without rest, without a rotation. He was taken away at the end of September, and we have not seen each other since. In December, after training, he was already in Ukraine, and the regiment never leaves the front line. She says that last time I didn't recognize him from the video call. He's aged, he looks older than me. His mother, he could barely move his tongue. He came back from the hospital after being wounded near Avdiivka. He hadn't even served 10 days there. A wife, Irina from Vladivostok, says that commanders demand 100,000 ruble bribes for leave. Those close to commanders and those who are close to the commanders and look to them in one place now go on leave. Connections and money decide. We have neither. Another wife says that in her husband's unit, the demanded bribe is even bigger. Commanders take bribes not just for leave, but to place soldiers in safer rear positions, away from the dangers of the front line. We don't get to pay 100,000, but 200,000 for the opportunity to take leave. My husband paid 2 of his monthly salaries and was home for a fortnight in May. So yeah, the whole thing, just like a huge, here you have whole source on this one. Putin's words about mobilized vacations have no legal force. And then you have a whole video, but like it's not translated, so it's not really worth too much for our people, because I know you people are losers when it comes to translations. mostly English speakers, but still quite interesting to see, I think, and an interesting reminder of how the situation is, because I know we talked about this previously, but it's still important to remind you of the fact that their military is fucking shit. They can choose either to get into war and get their lives ruined, or resist the government and get their lives ruined. Actually, resisting the government is not going to get their lives ruined. They're going to be absolutely okay-ish. If they resisted the government on time, especially, they would have been okay-ish. But like even right now, you can just leave. It's a shithole of a country. There's no point in staying there. There is no point in hoping that Russia is going to improve in the future. Many of these people are willingly joining the war, which is another thing to point out. If you remember, we watched a video last week of soldiers claiming that they have not been paid enough, they have not been supplied enough. These people also are willingly fighting. They literally say in a video that they are willingly fighting. They just want to be more efficient in killing Ukrainians. They want to be getting more government money to be killing Ukrainians. They know what they're doing. This isn't a situation where people are forced into these positions, especially considering the amount of war crimes done, especially considering the amount of them bragging about what they're doing to Ukrainians. They literally filmed videos of it. They posted videos of it. They know what they're doing. this is not a situation where a peaceful nation is forced into fighting. This is a situation where people are willingly choosing to go and to fight because they genuinely believe they hold a claim to this land. They genuinely believe they hold claim to Ukrainians. If only they weren't so stupid. To be fair, their way of controlling the military is very, very shit. Zaluzhny had a really, really good overview of this, of how in Russian military you have to listen to the commanders, you have to listen to higher-ups, and because of this, in a situation where the higher-ups mostly got their position by being very fucking corrupt, they have created a situation where you kind of have to listen to opinions of people who are absolute imbeciles, which is why you have situations like the battle of their attempted invasion on Volodar, where they just lost a bunch of people and then had to pull out, and that was it. That was the counteroffensive attempt, the entirety of it. It's because the commander in question was an imbecile, nothing else. Ukraine has moved away from similar practices. Ukraine has got used to NATO way of training, which means that officials have more power individually. They can make their own decisions. They're well trained and they're able to figure out what is the best for their troops in every situation, and they have the right and the power to make their decisions, and the people will listen to them. Zaluzhny, for example, talks about how when Ukraine got invaded, he didn't need to call the officials under him to tell them what to do. He did contact them, and all of them either told him what they are planning to do or what they already did as a response. They weren't waiting for his input. They just did whatever was needing to be done. So it's a very, very different, sort of training, different sort of a situation. I don't care about solution for hatred. I care about solution for this invasion. The solution for this invasion is to wipe out the invaders and then admit Ukraine into NATO so it has security assurances. That is what I care about. I don't care about like some delusional global moral view on this. I don't really watch the world from that sort of a position. This invasion is inherently genocidal, inherently imperialistic. The way to fix it is to wipe out the invading troops, get Ukraine into NATO as soon as possible so it has protection of the NATO alliance, and then that's it. Whatever happens in Russia happens. They can keep on hating whoever the fuck they want to hate, and whoever wants to be hating them can be hating them. I don't particularly care about that. I'm not coming from that sort of a position. I just want them to be wiped out from Ukraine. Want to join NATO? I actually think Ukraine will join NATO, but I think the problem is that the conditions for joining are, when it comes to ending the conflict, they're very interesting because it is in Russia's goal to keep the conflict frozen. It is what it has been doing since 2014. So it is very likely wanting to keep the conflict frozen. I do think it'll be interesting to see how Russia actually has to suffer a defeat. Part of me is hoping we see another Prigozhin go in and just march on to Moscow. Two real choices: defend themselves or do nothing. To defend oneself is not wrong, to justify racism is. It is not racism to want to wipe out invaders. It is not racism to point out that Russian society inherently is imperialistic, because imperialism is a big part of their culture. It is absolutely not racism to acknowledge that a country which has been complicit with wars and ethnic cleansing so far is right now complicit with wars and ethnic cleansing, and that Western dreams of good Russians are as delusional now as they were years back. Back in early 2000s, we were seeing people who made up claims of Russian society waking up. Look at Russians protesting. They are waking up. Look at Russians. They are finally figuring out Putin is a dictator. They did nothing. They had decades. They did nothing. In 2000s, you had Russian mothers crying about the fact Putin was sending their sons to die in Chechnya for nothing. They were mistreated by the government. They had to make their own website in which they had to be collecting information about their sons who had been killed because the government refused to let them know. And the Russian society, upon learning about this, did nothing. Because they will never do nothing. They like having a dictator. They like having someone that they see as a Tsar. It is a part of the culture. The same way it's part of Serbian culture, it is a part of a Russian one. The only way for this to get destroyed is for the society itself to rise up against the dictator in question, and the society is very, very unlikely to do that. Even in Serbia, I think there's a very interesting conversation happening these days on how in Serbia we're seeing small parts of their society waking up, small, don't have trust in Serb society overthrowing Vučić. But there's a conversation that Serbia right now may be going through the exact scenario that Putin feared. Because Putin feared having a democratic Ukraine next to him. Putin feared having proper democratic country next to Russia. Because this would signal to Russians that, hey, look at Ukraine. All this time we saw them as the same people as us, and look at them now improving and having freedom. And look at us. And in this situation is what Serbia is right now. Serbia is surrounded by proper democratic states. Serbia is surrounded by states in which their president, you know, was not a war criminal back in 1990s. Serbia is surrounded by states which actually have proper leadership. They had a very strong response to the Kosovo president speaking at a summit. And the reason the response was so strong, and most of the comments you will see on it, are coming from the position on of, hey, why does Kosovo have a proper president able to have a proper speech? And then look at our president being an idiot. Why do other countries get to have a normal government? Why do other countries get to have normal representation? Why do we have this? You know? So, yeah, Serbia right now is going through exactly what Putin was fearing. And I do think a change in Serbian society is showing, even though it's showing really, really slowly. But there's something happening, so. Oh, it's not racism to acknowledge the Russians support this invasion. It's not racism at all. Russians do support this invasion. Russians are okay with the invasion. Oh? Was out protesting against Transnistria separatists? What? How was it? How was it? How was it? Were you safe? Were you good? Hey yo, Rudrash, how's life going? Hey yo, yeah, absolutely. How are you doing? How's everything? Hassan viewer, that's your reason for a strike, Hassan viewer. And my wife saw it as an opportunity to make a protest. Your wife? Nice. Fucking brave. That is very, very, very brave. Nice. Design college. Hey, congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. I hope it goes as well as it could. I hope everything's amazing. Hope that the whole front is great. Ooh, hey, you're cringe. How is life going? How is everything? What did I want to click on, by the way? We watched this one. What did I miss? What did I miss? What did I miss? Went here, went here. Went here, but I just thought it was a good thread. I just thought it was a good thread. I know a lot of Serbians. You can say there's 3 Serbians. Chetnik, communists, normal people who don't hate no one, just want to live life. Actually, I think normal people are a problematic group. I'm not a fan of what we call normal people. I think very often normal people is used to be referring to people who are complicit It's like when people say, oh, if you speak to like an average Russian, they're going to be okay. I think a lot of times what we see in people who are normal are just people refusing to engage in certain types of very, very important conversations. But yeah, when it comes to Serbia, I could see Chetniks, communists. I could see people who are just like kind of standing around being bland. My hope for Serbia comes from the fact I'm seeing a lot of people. Not a lot, that's a lie. Bigger amount of people they had before. Who are actually pointing out problems in Serbian culture. It's amazing to see. You have people right now in Serbia calling out people who support war criminals. This was not a thing you had before. Okay, this is not a thing you could see in Serb society before. They're having conversations about war criminals. They are painting over murals of war criminals. In Serbia, this shit was not happening. You are having Serbs right now. Bro, I was so surprised. It was anniversary of Srebrenica. And you had Serbs, Chetniks, playing Serb songs at a church. So celebrating Srebrenica happening, playing Serb nationalist songs. An abhorrent act, absolutely disgusting. But I saw some Serbs commenting that they are ashamed of this. You know how big of a move this is in Serb society? Them acknowledging they're ashamed of their own people celebrating a war crime? This is not a thing you would see on their social media spaces previously. This is fresh. My dude, this is fresh. I saw some of them making jokes about 1999 bombing of Belgrade. Saw Serbs, like you can't imagine how shocking this is. I saw Serbs making jokes about it. I saw Serbs saying that Germany was fixed because they were punished sufficiently after World War II. And maybe Serbia should have been punished properly. And then they wouldn't have war crime praising right now. Like Serbs actually are making me hopeful about what Serbia is doing recently. Unironically. Everyone who lives in Russia is just and only no more than the mental image stereotype, and they're not individual people with lives as complex as their own. I don't think anyone's claiming that Russians are not individual people with complex lives. I think what we're saying is that most of Russians support this invasion and are complicit with it. It is literally a part of Russian culture to be supporting Putin, to be supporting Putin's aggressions. Putin got into power by being very aggressive against Chechens. Putin got the power he has by killing Chechens, presenting them as enemies of Russia and presenting himself as the hero savior of Russia. And Putin has been allowed to have power in Russia ever since. And the society allows it. The society must be complicit in order to allow for this to happen. There is no chance Putin would be able to hold power if the nation wasn't complicit with it. Milk. I got some beer though. I actually have osečko, by the way. Look at this. I actually have osečko. Can you believe? Can you believe? Can you believe? Ah! Oh, how many biceps? Oh, actually, I've started working though, so maybe it's because of that. I've started working. I'm doing tough stuff working. Okay. Americans, Brits, French are complicit in the wars they started as well. Yes. Yes. They were complicit. Yes. Absolutely. Complacent people should suffer for the consequences of a terrible regime, especially a literate one like Russia. They are not misinformed, just indifferent. Yeah, I'm absolutely okay with them paying taxes to help fix Ukraine, for example. I'm definitely okay with that stuff. When it comes to specific punishments on a more of an individual level, I think they should be dealt situationally. Like, I'm okay with looking into specific people and how much they collaborated with invaders, for example, to determine how much they need to be punished. But I'm absolutely okay with nation itself paying taxes to rebuild Ukraine, because the nation itself was complicit with starting this invasion. So, it's not about deciding to vote Putin into power. It's also about deciding to keep on paying taxes to Russia because they're complicit with what's doing. It's about deciding not to do anything when it comes to protesting. It's about deciding to support Putin openly, because they do absolutely openly support him. There's this really interesting way people are talking about Russians influencing their government. I know I mentioned this a few times, but like, it was truly Thompson who kinda opened my eyes to this problem, right? And it's how people will say that, oh, well, Russians can't influence the government. Russians are not actually influencing the government in any way. They can't do this. It's like, no, that's a lie. They are influencing the government. Whenever they collect money for Russian troops invading Ukraine, they are influencing the government. Whenever they spread around Russian propaganda, and you people know very well that basically every single Russian you meet these days online is spreading around Russian propaganda, they're influencing the government. When they volunteer to go fight in Ukraine, because in 2004, for example, people fighting there, it was paramilitaries, it was volunteers. They are influencing the government. That is an influence. They are actively creating the shithole that they are living in. This is not some sort of a situation where Putin kind of spontaneously got created out of thin air, and now the Russians are, you know, just passive little observers of what's going on. The Russians have created Russia. Putin is not a man who destroyed Russian society. Putin is a product of Russian society. So, you know, I'm absolutely not buying for these dumb little excuses for them. They know what they're doing. They are very, very well aware of what they're doing. They are aware of what they are supporting right now as we speak. Oh yeah, I'm streaming more in the day because I'm working before noon. My work schedule is actually quite chaotic, so you know, right now I'm streaming at this time, and then we'll see in the coming weeks, but I'm liking it so far. Majority of Russians are depoliticized and say, oh, I don't follow politics, I'm not responsible. But they are responsible as the only ones who can change Russia without war. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, absolutely. Propaganda? Yeah, that's true. Propaganda does work. Propaganda does work. I do think it's very different to compare the effects it's having. It's very different to compare the harm that the country is doing, though. Yeah, countries which is not in a civil war has completed populace. Yeah, I agree with that. I'm not against that. I agree that we are complicit. Right now I'm complicit with Croatian government, for example. I'm complicit with Croatian government. I'm complicit with Croatian government's decisions. I'm complicit with a certain level of corruption being allowed, for example. And I actually am. I'm okay with a certain level of corruption happening. Until it has a strong effect on our people, I will not be protesting against it. I'm complicit with our president being a stupid little bitch. I am complicit. Am I protesting against him? No. Do I see him as the best trash out of the trash options we had? Absolutely. Do I think he is in a position where he can't do enough harm to justify removing him from the post? Absolutely. I am complicit. Every single Croatian not protesting right now is complicit. I'm acknowledging it. this idea that it's like that message. Who sent a message up there which was like, oh, so you think all the Germans then were complicit with all of their wars? Yeah. I don't know why you people always make up these stupid ass comments as if we are only blaming Russians for Russian government and not in the same breath saying that all of the other countries are responsible for all of their own governments, because they are. They are. What you saw in Ukraine, for example, with Euromaidan was people taking the power and kicking out the government they disliked. That's what people do when they are not complicit. So far, we are complicit. We're okay with what's happening in Croatia. Normies believe it's unrealistic to think that protesting or dissidence will change anything because we are powerless. But the same people that tell me that also think they'll become billionaires on football. Cute. Just fucking cute. Mysterious balcon, so heck yeah. Heck yeah. Guy who literally said I'm for corruption got 5% votes. Yeah, that too, that too. That too. To be fair, I wouldn't be too angry about voting for him. Depending on what he does, you know, but still. A Romanian nationalist and Transnistrian separatism is contradictory to my views because I support unification of Romania and Moldova. Yeah, so this is why you went to a protest against Transnistrian separatism, right? You're not complicit with the idea of Transnistrian separatism. You feel very strongly about it, so you go to protest about it. It's, you know, it's kind of, yeah, being responsible for the role you have in your society is a based way of looking at it, I think. It's, yeah, it's exactly what it is. It's exactly what it is. You're either doing real action or you are complicit. And right now, you know, I'm absolutely okay with judging all Croatians not currently protesting as complicit with Croatian government, and me included being one of them. Definitely. Calling an entire population of people from a country evil is batshit insane. I don't think anyone ever made a claim that like all Russians, every single Russian is evil. This is very much Masha conversation. This is very much little Masha conversation that little Masha conversations Russians are having. Where's the little Masha thing? Do I still have it opened? I do not have it opened. Russians have this little story that they bring out whenever people call them out for being complicit, which is, oh, imagine this little girl and her name is Masha, and she was very, very young for most of the time when Russia was doing war crimes, and now the rest of the world is hating on little Masha because little Masha is Russian. Oh, the rest of the world is so cruel and evil. And that's kind of what you're also doing, you know? It's the same thing. Anastasia actually had like a good response to it, but this is the little Masha thing. The whole thing behind, oh, she was so young, little Masha was so young, she couldn't even vote and she couldn't even pay taxes. Are you really hating on little Masha? It's what you're doing right now. It's exactly what you're doing right now. You're refusing to acknowledge the responsibility of the population for a government that they are allowing to hold power over it by creating this ridiculous little story in which every single person here thinks every single Russian is evil. Fuck you, little Masha. Fucking cruel you people are. Oh yeah, when I'm on Thompson stream, I always get the ad of that British dude. Do you people get the British dude ads? The one who's like, oh, you're young. Let's enjoy the moment. I don't know what it is. I have no idea. It's just some British dude, and he takes me out of enjoying the stream every single time. I'm like, you Brit? It's telecom? Car? You get cars? I get some Brit partying. You get anime ads? Are ads what's the word? Algorithm based? Ways to moralize a demoralized population? I have no idea, genuinely. It's one part that I'm trying to figure out with European Union project on this. I'm trying to figure out how it's going to be fixed. We did look into a few things like long time changes in education, educating children more about what politics is, how democracy works, educating them in debates and critical thinking, stuff like that. But also, like, it's like a long time thing. I think in short time there needs to be something radical happening, and I don't know if that's something that, like, it could be started in a way you could plan it out. Does that make sense? My friend's daughter spent half of her first year in the school basement. Fuck little Masha. Okay, yeah, the two. Unfairness is the name of the game. Little Masha can cope like the rest of us. That too. just fuck off and just be depressed like we are, okay? Ish. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not buying into these overly like pseudo-moralistic arguments. I don't think it's anyone's job to tell good Russians from bad Russians if they're not willing to do that themselves. That's like the whole thing, you know? If they're not willing to do anything to improve their shithole, if they're not willing to do anything to stop the genocide, if they're not willing to do anything to stop the invasion, I don't think why the rest of, in this case, European Union, because we are the ones who will be sanctioning them to death and back, I don't feel like it should be our responsibility to try and improve shit for them instead. In the same way, I don't feel like it should be our place or responsibility to be working on balkanization in Russia. I feel whatever happens, that happens. Build a wall around it. Whatever they want to do, they want to do it. If they're not willing to put some real effort into doing anything, I don't feel like we should have to do it. You know, I don't feel like it's our business. It would be different if it's a situation like, what do you mean hating them is justified? The fuck are you talking about? You're just saying sentences I've never said. If you're going to be quoting something, at least quote things I have actually said, instead of like making up shit out of thin air. I believe that saying we should look for good Russians inherently is saying we should help Russia when Russia is not willing to help itself. I believe you're saying we should be the ones pulling the shithole out of the gutter. And I disagree with doing that. I disagree with it being our responsibility. But yeah, I thought Anastasia's response was also quite based. And mostly because of the thing where she's like, what about our children on the front lines? Like, they were also small when Russia first invaded. We should... No, I don't think... Yeah, I do disagree with that. I don't think we should be inspiring a revolution in Russia. I don't think it's our business to inspire a revolution in Russia. If the fuckers don't want to start a revolution, I don't think it should be our business, not our responsibility, to inspire a revolution in Russia. The other option is to wipe out Russians currently invading Ukraine, get Ukraine into NATO, give them security assurances, and then let the fuckers in Russia do whatever they want. Why with nukes? Why would we need nukes? The fuck are you talking about? Who mentioned nukes? I've never mentioned nukes as a viable option. Because they have nukes? Yeah, they have nukes. They're not gonna use nukes. What are you talking about? No, I'm absolutely okay with just supporting Ukraine with better weapons, more quicker and more efficiently. Ukrainians are more than able to fight this themselves. They are a brave nation. They are a strong nation. They fought off first days of invasion while the Westerners didn't even believe Ukrainians would be able to survive for a few hours. we can supply them and they will be able to wipe out Russians invading the country right now. And what we do then is we give security assurances to Ukraine and let the fuckers in Russia do whatever fuckers in Russia want to do with that shithole. And if they want it to stay under a dictator, it stays under a dictator. If they want to start a revolution, they start a revolution. It is not our business. It should not be our business. Yeah, it's absolutely not our business to be looking for good Russians. Definitely not. People's lives are shaped by their place of birth, nation, local situation, family. Yeah, I'm not denying that either. You're doing the thing again where you're like bringing out points that, like, where the fuck are you bringing this up? I'm not denying the fact that Russians are shaped by their culture. I don't think it's our business to do anything about this. A nation should figure out its own government for itself. A nation should have the will to fight for democracy. Other nations also have been during times where they didn't have democracy, they didn't have the right to vote. They were killed for attempt to voting, many of them by Russia. Had tanks rolling through their cities if they dared to protest. And a nation still fought for itself. The same responsibility should be placed on Russians. You want to have democracy? Get it. It's to weaken the country. Bro, there's not going to be a revolution in Russia. They're fucking useless. There's not going to be a revolution in Russia. Pretending you will ever inspire a revolution in Russia is delusional. You will be wasting time, you will be wasting resources on fuckers, you will get nothing. The strongest opposition they have literally is okay with the regime. There's no one to start a revolution in Russia because the Russians do not want a revolution. I've got no idea what you're saying. Let's stop sanctions and propaganda against the state. What propaganda against the state? Why would you stop the sanctions? How does any of this connect to what? No, keep on the sanctions. Why should we be doing business with them? We shouldn't be meddling in Russia's internal affairs. I'm absolutely okay in not being their ally. Hey, have a nice time, Cringe George, though. Bro, fueling hate against a country, doing a fucking invasion onto other country's territory where most of the population of the aggressor country supports it. You're doing the thing with like if you try to slay a dragon, you become a dragon, and I'm just not buying into it. It's not a mindset I'm buying into. It's not a mindset that speaks to me, the whole thing, like if you try to fight evil, you become evil. I don't believe in that shit. Keep sanctions for 50 years, even after the imaginary revolution. Oh, until Ukraine is rebuilt fully, I'm absolutely okay with keeping sanctions. Sanction them and their children and their children's children. Sanction them for like centuries. I don't give a shit, man. They're probably not going to be willing to pay it off anyways, at least not for the start. Yeah, what do you mean? If you think anything the West is doing is to help Russian people, you are mistaken. I don't. I don't want the West to have the responsibility to do anything to help the Russian people. I think Russian people do not want to be helped. I do not see why it should be our responsibility to help them. I've never said that either. It's like you two just keep on making claims I've never made. That's the whole conversation here. No, I hate... No. People make the government. Holy shit. No. I absolutely do not buy into the difference between people and the government. A nation creates a government. a nation makes the government. There's only a few of very specific situations in which you have the government actually being fully unsupported by the people. Only few very specific situations. Russia is not one of them at all. Russia is absolutely not one of them. Russians support their government. I couldn't give less of a shit about either. We should allow them to do whatever they want. This is a country that they have built. This is a government that they have chosen. It should not be our responsibility to fix it. Entire point is keep doing what we're doing. What do you mean we are doing right now? My point is give more support to Ukraine, give more aid to Ukraine so they could wipe out Russian troops faster, and then after they wipe out Russian troops faster, get Ukraine into NATO. No, we're not at max currently. That's absolutely not true. We're not at max. Yeah, see, this is what I told you about. There's like few very specific situations in which people of a country do not support the government. Russia is not one of them. Russia is not a situation where people of the country do not support the government. The entire reason why I made sure that I would be pointing out the fact there's some specific countries where population doesn't support the government is because I know you fuckers always bring out different countries to excuse the fact that Russians are complicit. It's always like that every single time. Always the same situation. Oh, you think Russians are complicit with the government? Well, then what do you think about Syria? Every single time you try to use suffering of other peoples to make excuses for Russians doing nothing. Thousands who never support the government or parties. Bro, USA is a democratic country. Majority of USA absolutely supports the government. The fuck are you talking about? Majority of USA is absolutely supportive. Ayo, spicy. No, we're just getting, I don't know. Talking about the history and future of Russian peoples, which should be them burdened with sanctions forever, in my opinion. 70% of Russia actively supports special military operation, but yeah, they literally collect cash money to help the invaders. No, you can't just blame the leadership. Dude, that is ridiculous. Leadership comes from the nation. That is the whole point of seeing nations responsible for their governments. Which is absolutely the mindset I'm holding for most countries existing in the world, including Russia. Russian people are complicit. In the same way German people are complicit, in the same way Croatian people are complicit. This is a whole fucking conversation we've had all this time. You can't just blame the leadership. The people have allowed the leadership. The people have created the leadership. Putin would not be able to be a leader in, say, Ukraine. Bitch would get a Molotov in his office immediately. A nation is supporting the government. Russia is not one of those situations, very specific few situations in the world where the nation is actively oppressed by the government. Russians support their government. They are complicit with it. Female supremacy? No, I think the whole conversation was fucking weird. Also relatively useless, but also fucking weird. Socioeconomical factors for the reason why people support the government? Bro, they've been supportive of Putin butchering other nations since 2000s. Not to mention that even before that, they were mourning the loss of Soviet Union. Should we sanction every country forever? Why the fuck would you sanction every country forever? Why the fuck would you even attempt to do that? Do you think every country in the world did a genocidal invasion onto their neighbor's territory? And moreover, do you think every country went unpunished as a result? Because, you know, I cannot test for Croatia. Croatians who were taking part of the World War II on the side of Nazis, they were punished. Croatia was punished for it. I don't see why we should be paying sanctions, for example. Serbia, even though it was mostly symbolic, I see why Serbia should not be punished for Yugoslav wars. No, Belgrade got bombed in 1999. I think symbolically it was enough. The only thing left to do is to capture their war criminals and put them on court, but I don't think the country should be sanctioned. I think bombing the fuck out of them was enough. Any Russian Telegram channel after the news of Ukrainian civilians being killed? Oh, holy shit, oh no. Oh no, I remember seeing those reactions recently after that child was killed a few days ago. Holy shit, that was bad. Man, oh, that was bad. Sometimes being bombed is enough. I mean, it depends on the situation. For Serbia, yeah. NATO action in 1999 symbolically was bringing justice. It brought war back to Serbia, which is a country where the war started from. The only thing left to do is to punish the war criminals which took part in the war. But yeah, absolutely, I don't think they should be punished anymore following that. I think that was absolutely enough. Not to mention that they're pretty much a shithole right now, so you know. It's basically as if we did sanction them. Yeah. Are you gonna go through like all the wars? What are you trying to do right now? Are we going to go through all the conflicts existing? What the fuck are you on? What's a point you're trying to make? Do the morons on Twitter every time any alleged Russian soldier gets a grenade dropped from a drone? Bro, what do you mean alleged Russian soldier? If it's a Russian invading Ukraine, that's a valid military target. He's there to kill Ukrainians. Celebrating his death is okay. He's there to kill Ukrainians. Are you genuinely fucking comparing news about Ukrainian civilians being killed to news about Russian invaders being killed? The fuck are you doing? Russian soldiers dying from EOG saved Ukrainian lives, absolutely. Man, there's no female supremacists. There's no danger of meeting female supremacists, spicy. Grow the fuck up. It's not going to happen. Had way more casualties than Ukraine. The US wasn't punished, so surely they should be. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with them paying reparations. I haven't really looked into the Vietnam War, to be honest. I don't really follow non-European affairs. But yeah, I'm okay with USA being punished, absolutely. I'm okay with them having to pay reparations to rebuild the country. Americans were complicit with the war, so yeah, sure. Though, to be fair, I am coming from like the place of this much knowledge on the fucking war. I am a European-focused person, first and all. So, you know, you wanna be having detailed responses, you will need to give me European affairs. I don't really follow USA that much. If USA was taking part in an unjustified war, I'm absolutely okay with them getting sanctioned. Definitely. You remember that poll which was like, what is more dangerous for Ukrainians? Unexploded cluster bombs or unexploded Russian soldiers? Yeah, I'm okay with collective pride and guilt and punishment, absolutely. Absolutely. I have never denied the fact that I'm okay with that. So yeah, definitely. As a citizen in a democracy, you are a part of your nation. Inherently, you have input and your actions have value in your democracy. And I'm absolutely okay with seeing you as part of collective responsibility for what you are allowing your country to do. Bro, women are not going to decide to take vengeance against past oppression. You're stupid as fuck. I want to know why you keep on creating these dumbass scenarios in your head. You're literally just, I don't know if you're high or whatever, but just all of your comments are just bullshit. You're creating nothing. You're creating panic out of nothing. It's just moronic conversation. No, I'm actually not gonna stream all night. I planned to leave like 5 times so far, and every single time I was like, oh, I want to finish my beer, because I had like 1 can of beer, and I was planning to finish it, and I'm still having like quite a nice amount of it. So, huh. Femophobia? Phobia of women. Do you think it's crazy all women unite and wage war on men? Well, yeah. Hey, gynophobia! Yeah. Actually, yeah. I mean, look, I'm just saying a lot of us like cocks too much. You look like to take vengeance on former women oppression. I would like to take vengeance on former oppression, sure. A former women oppression specifically? It would require a type of collectivism I don't subscribe to. You know, it would require a mindset in which you believe all men are responsible for the action of men, which wouldn't really be something that would be fine. Why the fuck would I support reparations from race to race? Why the fuck would I support reparations from race to race? The fuck are you talking about? You are European. You are literally European. You should be having more brains than this. That is making absolutely no fucking sense. Not even to mention that, no, I don't support reparations for like wars that happened centuries ago. I do support having to return treasures stolen. I do support having to admit genocides happening, stuff like that. I absolutely do not think that countries should be paying reparations for shit that happened centuries ago. I don't believe there's any point to that. I don't believe there's any worth to that. But yeah, if you still hold some treasures stolen from that time or whatever, you should be having to return them. I do believe in that. Oh yeah, right. It's a dumbass conversation we've been having on like the race thing. No, because it actually is true that human race is not a real thing. But also like the idea of paying race to race, it's like, it's a thing on American Twitter only. Races can't exist without races. I don't know if I actually agree with that, to be honest. Because people are very, very desperate to be comparing themselves in any way possible. You can have racists without races, and one good proof of that is actually the fact that you can't properly define a race. You don't know what a race is. In American cultural understanding, a race is a different thing than what a race is in European cultural understanding, for example. Whoopi Goldberg is a very good example of this, in how she made a claim that World War II was a white man killing white men situation. She claimed that it was not a race thing, but Hitler spoke about the Jewish race specifically Americans see race just as skin color. Europeans see race as ethnicity connected too. It's a very different understanding because races aren't actually real. Race is just a box that you put people into. That's it. Oh, for sexes it's different. For sexes it's different. It is true that like claiming there's only two sexes would be a false claim because you do have people who develop differently and they technically fall in between. So claiming there's like two sexes, you could claim there's like two and that there's anomalies. Anomalies still acknowledging that there's something outside of the two sexes. But it's a different thing to a race because race is entirely a social construct. More so, race could be compared to gender. Because you could say a gender doesn't really exist because different cultures define genders differently. So masculinity, femininity are different in different nations and different cultures. Modern scholarship views racial categories as socially constructed. Race is not intrinsic to human beings, but rather an identity created, often by socially dominant groups, to establish meaning in a social context. Different cultures define different racial groups, often focused on the largest groups of social relevance, and these definitions can change over time. Yeah, like that. White people were complicit in apartheid or are currently in Israel, so why not? You mean, should states supporting Israel be having to pay reparations to Palestine? Is that the question you're asking? To biological sexes? A bunch of yeah, because gender is not a real thing. Agender is not a real thing. Agender is something that we have created as a society. This is, for example, why in Balkans we used to be having a thing with sworn virgins, who were women who were sworn to be living as men. Right? It was the oldest woman, oldest daughter of the family, and she would swear to live as a man. She would be treated as a man. She would not be allowed to have a family of her own. She would be seen as something outside of usual woman and man genders, right? People with like you have this in other cultures too, like two souls thing and everything. Gender is not a real thing because gender is a social construct. It reminds me of, for example, when I got really into K-pop, there were really strong conversations online about whether it's masculine for men to be hugging each other. Because many people, they would see K-pop stars who were men, who are like hugging each other all the time and like holding hands when they walk around the cities and whatever. And they would be like, oh, this is like feminine behavior. But it wasn't. It was just like a completely normal behavior. It's just that in a different culture, you see men hugging and you're like, why are they hugging? The whole idea of like whether men hugging is masculine thing or not is bullshit. It's a social construct. It's something that we made up. There's no biological connection to them being men and to them having dicks. You know? I don't know if you're like understanding what I mean, but it's a social construct. It's a social construct. It's not a real thing. We can have millions of genders, and even if you are a man in your own society, you go to another society, they might have different expectations for you. They might expect completely different behaviors to you. Even if you speak to like two different people from your own society, they may be having completely different expectations of what a man should do, right? Because a man is a social construct. A man is not a real thing. A male is a different because it's actually biological. And in the same way, like a race is not a real thing. A race doesn't exist. Different cultures have defined them differently since forever. A race is not a thing. Could dig hugging a bro after the day of killing Russian soldiers? Hey. Yeah, I haven't actually played any of those games. I wanted to play Hearts of Iron, and then I talked to one of the streamers who plays it, and then I was like, Yeah, so I see that. Bro, I don't know why you think I give a shit about you sending me links of fanatics. Okay? No, it's not concerning. It is absolutely not concerning. Normal people do not base their views of some randoms existing online and talking about bullshit. This is like, you know what it reminds me of? It's like when the conversation about Russian invasion on Ukraine was first appearing online. And at the time, whenever you would try to be like, hey guys, like, do you really think it's okay for people to invade another nation? Do you really think that's okay? Do you really think it's justified? And some people would be responding you with stuff like, oh, well, look at this Ukrainian having a Nazi tattoo, yes. That's basing your political opinions, that's basing your ideology, that's basing your values on like what some fanatic does. And the thing is, if we want to share videos of fanatics, we can do that forever. We can sit here forever and you can share me videos of women wanting to kill all men, and I'm gonna share you videos of men wanting to kill all women. And we're going to trade videos forever. We're going to be staying here for months and months and months, just like trading one idiot for another idiot. It's not what normal people base their views on. It's not a normal way to think. Yeah, touch a lot of grass. Absolutely touch a lot of grass. Beach stream? I don't go to a beach very often, so I haven't had thoughts about that. Have not had too many thoughts about it. Maybe it would actually be fun. It would actually be cool going to a Croatian beach. I'm planning to go to Croatian beach next summer, not even this summer. So maybe by that point, Beers IRL. We need to do a TwitchCon in Croatia. I need to do a TwitchCon in Croatia. I'm going to be inviting you people to Croatia. So we do Beers IRL on a beach. Vicky is racist against coastal Croatians. That also is true. That also is true. That also is true. Beach is like a riverside. That's also a beach, right? I could do that. I could do that. I actually have a river relatively nearby. I could do that. I like that message, which is like, you did not take the red pill, you are on the autistic spectrum. Hey, no, whoa, when the war ends, TwitchCon is happening at Krim. There's going to be a fucking TwitchCon on Krim. Yeah, my bare ass is going to make an appearance on TwitchCon on Krim. I definitely, I'm fucking coming there, dude. I'm coming there. I need to start exercising and everything to look good. Some deserted oligarch palace. Oh shit, he has that too. Make sure to grab one of them, guys. Good luck. Good luck with that. By the way, I need to do a raid relatively soonish. I need to go sleeping relatively soonish. Mosca means fly. Aha! It's Moskva here. The Russians will recruit you. That's why I'm waiting after the war, when they are vaporized. Bro, what PewDiePie? PewDiePie is not even streaming on Twitch. How did you invite PewDiePie to our TwitchCon? He doesn't belong here. Moscow means dog shit. Dude, you're going to get another ban. You're going to get another ban on Twitch. They're going to get rid of you again. Just like the last time. By the way, let me go check what we have new, and then I'm having to go. You watch like 5 streamers. Me? Dobson? Who else? Dylan? I'm missing too. Do you watch Hassan? Are you a Hassan viewer? What? Solovyev getting angry? Putin's meeting with Prigozhin? Oh.
Дмитрий Сергеевич Песков говорит,
You
что
barely
оказывается,
watched Dobson?
9 числа была встреча участников мятежа, потому что, напомню, Владимир Владимирович Путин использовал четкую ясную
Hey, yo, NATO summit actually went really, really well. We got a lot of new shit. We didn't get in. I think we didn't really expect to get in. It wasn't really realistic. But we got a lot of new promises of new shit. We got a lot of new shit. So I'm very, very happy. I'm very glad with the way it went. Zelensky has really, really good relationship with other leaders. Overall, GG.
Потому что, оказывается, они не против Путина. Они говорят, что они солдаты Путина. Такая же формулировка была использована Дмитрием Сергеевичем. То есть это получается, что Вильнюс рядом, туда как раз Байден прилетел. Или Киев, или Харьков, или Николаев с Одессой. А 20 с лишним тысяч штурмов – это большая головная боль. И на нынешнем фронте, собранные в кулак, могут доставить большие неприятности.
Bit disappointed? I mean, yeah, I understand that. I don't even think he didn't expect. I don't think anyone expected Ukraine to like actually get in. I do think some sort of like a formal invitation or something could have been nice. But also, you know, it was good. We got a lot of new shit. It was good. And again, I think Zelensky being invited and Zelensky having made such strong connections to NATO leaders, it's a great thing. Also, like the fact that we got Azov heroes, holy shit, guys. we got heroes from Turkey. Come on. Like, huge things have happened, and they were good for Ukraine. Of course, I think all of us always hope for more, you know? It's a situation where, like, you see news about 1 million shells coming to Ukraine, and you're like, damn, it would be better if it was 2 million, right? That's the way it was for me. Like, I saw news about Germany giving them 2 new Patriot launches, and I was like, bro, I wish they got, like, a whole Patriot system. But like launchers are also amazing, and it's very much the same thing with NATO Summit. We got really, really cool shit. Sure, we could have gotten a lot more shit. No one would object to that, but we still got really, really good shit. Turkey shitting on Russia was great. Yeah, that too. So yeah, we were good, absolutely. They basically said Ukraine joined NATO after the war, but we won't set a timetable. Yeah, the whole thing with them not setting a timetable, for me it was like, But also, I think a promise is okay. And I do think that as Russians get more and more wiped out, I think that Ukraine is going to be having more and more of a serious place in these meetings and being seen more and more as the official member of the family, both of NATO and European Union. So overall, yeah, I'm very, very happy with the way it went. Dylan's in Kiev, and Kiev's in Kiev. Also, Kiev doesn't sleep at night, so Dylan... Wait, do we know where he is, really? I assumed he's like Thompson, like, you know he's somewhere, but you don't really know where. You know, one day I'm going to, like, I don't know, go look outside on the street and I'm just gonna see him sitting in the middle of the road, live streaming from there. You're going to cook? Yeah, I'm going to Rage Thompson, actually. I have to end. This is like hour and something after my planned end stream time. So, hey, yo. Is he even streaming? Is Thompson live? So, yeah, guys, go make dinner and let's go bully the fuck out of Thompson. At least that's what I'm planning to do. Oh, nice. I wasn't able to watch his stream for a while. I keep on wanting to catch his streams and I'm never fucking able to do it as I'm working. So I have to wake up really, really early in the morning.
Ukraine had for missiles with long range.
Look at this fucker.
And yes, they're doing damage. But nothing critical to me, because I don't care about some...
UK, Ukraine? Yeah, what's his name? Ben Wallace. Is it Ben Wallace? He made a claim that Ukrainians are not grateful enough for the aid that they've been getting. Something like, there's a cat in my room. There was a cat in my room. A cat is not supposed to get in. I don't know how she got in. I guess she went through the window or something, but that is illegal. He made a claim which was basically, oh, we are not Amazon, so Ukraine shouldn't be acting as if it can just like demand they get some shit from us. This is my cat. This is my cat. It's what's his name? We don't really have a name for him. We just kind of call him Cat. It's actually a female, but you know, touch the pussy. Have to fuck off. But I need to do a raid. Also, like, genuinely don't know how she got in because it is illegal for her to get in. Cats usually don't get into the house. I live in a, you know, village, and it's not really normal for cats to be into the house. Is that? Oh shit! I got really hyped because I thought that emote was the cat. Hey, leave me alone. I thought that emote was the cat. You remember the angry Ukrainian cat? What's the name of the angry Ukrainian cat? The one which was down in like the shelter, and it was also in a pink blanket, and it was looking like, shit, I need that emote. I'm gonna steal that emote. Next stream, I will have to update you to know 100%. I am going to the city tomorrow to get my mother, because she is coming from Germany. So there's a possibility I will not be streaming tomorrow, and that the stream will be happening on Saturday instead. But I will have to update you on this 100% because I don't really know too much about anything, to be honest, at this point. So yeah, keep an eye out on the, what's the word? Warning, basically. Keep an eye out on that. How did you do that? How did you do the testing? How did you do that? How did you make that? Nice. You just like, you translated. You assume it's like a proper. Nice. I'm going to be using that one. Also, by the way, raid in like 5 seconds. Sia, love you very much. Stay strong.